Give me a second here to fix this up. Okay. All right, so last time we didn't quite finish the second one. So that's what we're going to be doing. We should have testimonies that are left. Hold on a sec. But before we go any further, does anybody remember what happened last week? Di, do you remember what happened last week? What happened last week, Di? Don't remember? So we met the assassin. Do you remember the assassin's name? That's what these games are doing, is putting your brain to work, isn't it? So the assassin in this game is Bodhidharma Canon. Okay? So Bronco Knight was murdered in the workshop. Simeon Saint is the accused. We met Eustace Winter And we also met Verity Gavel. So we should be at the testimony at this point. Hey, Phoenix. So we didn't finish part 2 last time. There was a reason why it would have extended. I would have been there until 1 o'clock to finish it. So that's why we did not finish part 2. But we will be finishing part 2 up. Eustace means farce, of course. A simple slip of the tongue. Seemed like a reasonably apt choice of words to me. Judge Gavel, great to see you again. I know who you are. You're Simeon Saint's attorney. Guilty as charged. Now that we've broken the ice, how about a friendly... Or not. I'm totally cool with either. Now, did I hear you correctly? Mr. Edgeworth has joined the defense team? Yep, me too. We're officially employees of the Edgeworth & Co. But a prosecutor is a public servant. You would draw your sword on the goddess to work for personal gain? It's not a problem if I'm getting paid, though, correct? Exactly what he said. Miles here just a volunteer. Eddie Fender, who happens to be a defense attorney, worked alongside Gregory Edgeworth. We're all about the pro bono stuff over at Edgeworth & Co. How wonderful. So you all work together, work without reward? The goddess would surely approve. Yeah. I'm a regular philanthropist. Judge Gavel, I was hoping to ask about the grounds for Simeon Saint's arrest. That information's on a need. Is that a challenge I hear? No, I was just asking Judge Gavel. I'm always ready for a little verbal combat to show you what it takes to be a real winner. How is a verbal combat? How is it verbal combat if you won't let me speak? Still, this could prove useful. Fine. We'll do as you suggest. Now, if you could begin by telling us why Mr. Saint was arrested, there will be no need for that. Eustace, we would... Now, Gavel, watch and wonder. As I put this pathetic prosecutor in his place, he's going to run rings around me. I think you meant to say that you would be the one running rings around me. And I will! So badly that your ears will be ringing. Prepare to be humbled, Edgeworth. Reason for arrest. You want to know why I arrested the man? It's simple. Simple. I found evidence. Evidence of him all over that thing. How's that for some winningly inconvertible, conclusive proof? It is so hard to read his broken sentence. And who saw the truth first? Why? Me, of course. Winner by name. Winner by nature. Where do I even begin? Look at you. utterly lost for words in the face of such mastery. I'll take your silence as yet another win. Honestly, does he ever shut up? You said that you were the one who arrested Mr. Saint, but do you even have the authority to do so, Mr. Winter? Well, obviously it was the police who actually arrested him. But I told them to do it, so I think I can claim the credit. Don't you? Of course that's what he meant. This is clearly going to take a while. A real shame, really. Given that I am more interested in what Judge Cadwell is silently thinking over there. Reason for the arrest. Alright, ready? Oh, this one should probably be easy for you, Die.
Hold it!
I'm just checking, but you do know who it was you arrested, correct? Eh? Is this some kind of a joke? Of course I know who I arrested. It was Simeon Saint. Good to know he remembers that much at least.
Hold it!
Rock solid, you say. I'm impressed. Hold on. I know what you're doing here. You're trying to butter me up. Well, it might work on the chumps you meet in court, but it won't work on me. The evidence we found is certainly rather damning for Mr. Saint. Perhaps you should tell Mr. Edgeworth about it, Eustace. Damning is right, and it was on the strength of the evidence that I decided to arrest him. That word is a little uncommon to use in Ace Attorney.
Hold it!
Evidence of him was all over that thing? Could you be a little more specific, Mr. Winter? Do I really have to spell it out for you, Edgeworth? I'd hope even you could put 2 and 2 together. Stop messing around. The onus is on you to provide comprehensive testimony. Come on, Eustace. I'm sure Mr. Edgeworth and his friends would be very interested to learn how you cracked the case. They certainly look keen to hear about it. Fine, if you insist, I'll fill in the gaps. Brace yourselves, because this is going to blow your tiny little minds. But you didn't even know, but the victim had, wait for it, a chess set with him. Okay, we were supposed to be surprised about this. Why? And that chess set was covered in the fingerprints of a certain Mr. Simeon Saint. Well, obviously, he was asked to bring it in and give it to Bronco Knight. So, of course, his fingerprints is going to be on it. What does that prove? Praised by the goddess of justice for the insight she offers, and congratulations once again, Eustace. You would not object to Eustace amending his testimony, I trust, Mr. Edgeworth? No, by all means, please do. Mr. Saint's fingerprints were right there, all over the victim's chess set. But you weren't the one who actually found his prints, were you? Of course not. I'm a prosecutor. I leave the dirty work to forensic. The fingerprints are certainly a problem, but then the chess set was... I should take another look at the evidence. This is a redundant statement.
Hold it!
The only incontrovertible fact here is that you don't know how to give a proper testimony. What are you talking about? It's not my fault if you can't keep up. Perhaps I could be so bold as to offer some additional details. The only fingerprints found at the scene belong to the guards, the prisoners, the victim, and Mr. Saint. I think you'll all agree that Mr. Saints were the only prints that had no business being there. That's a lie. That's a lie. Because if they didn't know exactly how it got there, then they can't make that claim. Because Simeon Saints literally just stated that he was asked by Bronco Knight to hand him to go get his chess set. And because they were friends, yes, his fingerprints do have business to be on there. So her claim doesn't make sense. Yes, exactly. Now, do you get it, Edgeworth? I do, but I'm not so sure about you. There were other prints belonging to the victim and the guards, so only Mr. Saints were out of play.
Hold it!
If there were other prints at the crime scene, shouldn't those prints be suspects too? Other people? I don't think so. And why not? Had Mr. Saint's prints not been found on the chess set, those others would indeed have been suspects. Yet somehow his prints were there, despite the fact that they had no business being there. But they did have business to being there. He delivered it to him. Exactly. Which means Mr. Saint was, he is neither a prisoner nor a guard, therefore he should not have been able to enter the prison. Finding his prints in a place he shouldn't have had access to is grounds enough for an arrest, no? Yeah, what she said. Not bad, good Val. You're too kind.
Hold it!
You saw it first, and I suppose you can prove that? I made the connection the moment I saw the crime scene. It was a lightning-fast deductive leap. What more evidence do you need? Well, you haven't given me any evidence at all so far, so... You still don't get it, do you? Well, don't worry. We'll all be born winners. I'm not sure I even want to get whatever it is he's talking about. Winner education. We just had an achievement, winner's education. So, yeah, it's a good thing you pressed that statement because we would have never gotten that achievement.
Hold it!
Are you sure you mean light years, Mr. Winner? Maybe? Light years are a measure of distance, not time, Eustace. An easy mistake to make. Oh! What was that pause for? Was he rebooting from a blue screen moment? Use this.exe failed. Has stopped working. I do like that line. That was not in the fan translation, though. Or at least, I don't remember it being in the fan translation. Well, that was kind of vague and really hard to follow. Indeed, perhaps I'd better start by teaching him how to properly express himself. Don't hold back, Mr. Edgeworth. Knock him into shape. By now, you should know which one is which, Di. The last statement actually is completely nothing. The last statement actually has nothing in it. I don't see why not, but this one's also stating the same thing, minus the fact that there are other prints. So it would make sense that that one would work too. This guide only mentions this one. So it would make sense that this also is contradictory. But in the same sense, this is stating the same thing as the other one, and this is the one that's marked. So, yeah, so it's kind of confusing. I do agree that the other one could, in fact, be a contradictory statement. So, now we need to figure out the piece of evidence.
Objection!
So the fingerprints on the chess sets are the ace up your sleeve? The what up my sleeve? Oh, yes, the chess set up the ace's sleeve. He totally broke that saying completely to a mess. That's right, Edgeworth. I've got a winning hand, as usual. Only your winning hand is a bust flush. For you see, it was Simeon Saint who brought the chess set to the victim in the first place. Therefore, it's only natural that his fingerprints are all over it. Yeah! That took a while to sink in. What the hell? Does he have a trapped mind in there? In conclusion, those fingerprints aren't proof of anything, and Mr. Saint's arrest was premature. Premature? The incident took place here within the walls of this facility, and being neither a guard nor a prisoner, it makes very little sense to suspect Mr. Saint. Oh! Now what? I think you might be the premature one here, Edgeworth. And to think you were the one accusing me of being hasty. Did he only just work out what the word means? Sure, I identified Mr. Saint as a suspect faster than pretty much anybody else. And I won the race when it comes to picking out the crucial evidence too. I'm quick on the draw, you see. But hasty? Not at all. You're right that Mr. Saint isn't a guard or a prisoner here, but he was Eustace. Judge Goodell. But out, Goodell. I have him right where I want him. Forgive me, Eustace, but if I may. While the particulars of the suspect are indeed fascinating, don't we have something a little more impressive to share with the prosecutor? Something more impressive? If you wouldn't mind, Mr. Edgeworth, Eustace made an ingenious deduction concerning the murder weapon. Perhaps you would like to hear it? Yes, of course, that. Well remembered, Cavell. Listen to this, Edgeworth, and prepare to be amazed.
Objection!
Will this ingenious deduction explain why Mr. Saint was arrested? Let's just say you won't be disappointed. Judge Cavell deliberately diverted the conversation away from my line of thinking. What exactly is she up to? The whereabouts of the murder weapon. Fact 1. The murder weapon was some sort of metal blade. Fact 2. Potentially deadly blades are strictly controlled within the prison walls, as we both know. From these two facts, I conclude that the weapon in question must have come from outside. It must have been hidden inside the chest set. That's what I think anyway. And since the only prints we found on the chest set belonged to the victim and the suspect, I'd say it's blindly obvious who brought the weapon in and used it, wouldn't you say? If nothing else, his testimony this time is a little more comprehensible than the last one. Another winning deduction, brought to you by one winner, Eustace, Prosecutor Extraordinaire. More like one winner, useless Prosecutor Extraordinaire, if you ask me. But how could anyone even hide a weapon inside that chest set? Good question. Why don't you take a look for yourselves? Inside the chessboard? I suppose there's only one way to find out. There's nothing in here but chess pieces. That laugh is really something. He seems pretty confident the weapon was hidden in here somewhere. I'd better take a closer look. What? The stiff lining of the top opens like a flap. Whoa, that's plenty of room in there. Indeed. More than enough to hide something like a small knife. Ingenious, no? The killer snuck the weapon in by...
Objection!
Ha! Ah! What do you mean, ha? Let me finish, will you? I fear you've not been listening, Mr. Winter. Or perhaps you've simply forgotten. The detention center is outfitted with a security gate. Huh? I mean, yeah, and security gate also acts as a metal detector, Eustace. We must pass through another one on the way into the prison itself, remember? Aha, yes. Yes, that's right. Of course I remember. He definitely didn't. It would have been impossible to smuggle a metal blade through such a gate and into the facility. Which would seem to blow a rather large hole in your reasoning, Mr. Winter. That gate is only used to scan people. Any items they bring into the facility are only subjected to a cursory check. Are you telling me that the chess set wasn't put through the metal detector? It should have been. Alas, it seems the guards have grown a little lax in the regard of late. Pocket chess set data updated in my organizer. Security gate data jotted down in my organizer. Very well. Thank you, Gaval. It was my pleasure. Now, Miss Edgeworth, if you would be so kind as to begin your cross-examination. Cross-examination? It's like she's holding a trial. Well, no matter. Let's see how well this ingenious deduction of Mr. Winters holds up, shall we? Fact 1. The murder weapon was some sort of metal blade. Fact 2. Potential deadly blades are strictly controlled within the... Okay. I don't know why I'm reading that. Sorry about that. I already read those. So, we'll do this.
Hold it!
Metal blade, you say? And you have any evidence to support this? Ha! You mean you didn't look at the victim's injury? Why am I not surprised, you third rate? The fatal blow was a stab wound to the neck, and it was delivered by a knife-like blade. That much is obviously beyond doubt. It appears that they're not yet aware of the certain other piece of information. Lost for words, are we? Then I'll just keep going. My brilliant deductions don't end there, you know.
Hold it!
The fact that such objects are strictly controlled doesn't mean they're actually forbidden. Well, no. I mean, some of the prisoners use scissors to cut the animal's hair, and that avenue of inquiry was consensuously pursued, as you no doubt recall, Eustace. Yes. Only one blade object has been signed out by a single prisoner at the time of the incident. The item was tested for traces of blood, but none were found. I suppose he's referring to the scissors Mr. Salt was using. So there's no way the blade in question came from inside the prison.
Hold it!
Outside? What does that mean exactly? Haha! The opposite of inside, you numbskull! Was that an attempt at clarification or a put down? Because it clearly accomplished neither. What Eustace means to say is that it must have been brought in from outside the prison by Mr. Saint. Honestly, Edgeworth, if you haven't figured that out by now, then you're an even bigger loser than I thought! The feeling is mutual, believe me. Mr. Saint clearly brought the murder weapon into the prison. The question is, how? But no murder weapon was found at the crime scene. There's nothing inside the chessboard either. I'm curious, Mr. Winter. Do you also have thoughts about where this weapon might be? Well, the perpetrator must have hidden it somewhere in the prison. Is there a problem with his claim? They hid it somewhere inside the prison? That seems unlikely. In fact, that can prove that's not the case. What evidence suggests that the murder weapon isn't hiding somewhere in the prison? Nope. Not the rope. Wouldn't be the body, no. Remember what it says. What evidence suggests that the murder weapon isn't hiding somewhere in the prison? So we're thinking mostly about the prison itself. That's the door sensor, so no, that's not going to help us either. That's all of them on this page. Yes, there is something on this page. Okay.
Take that!
I'm starting to wonder about your memory, Mr. Winter. Did you and the good judge search the prison with Warden Lagarde? And didn't you fail to find a likely murder weapon? Well, yes, but I guess we just missed it, that's all. Wow! Way to undermine yourself. You're saying your search wasn't entirely thorough? You, the so-called winning rookie? Stop making fun of me! Eustace. Calm yourself. Breathe deeply. Do not allow your opponent to get under your skin. You're right. I'm a winner. Why should I let a third-rate loser like Edgeworthless here get under my skin? I'll thank you to leave my name out of this. Well, I'm Kay Faraday, and I'm A-OK. Not you too, please. Look, it's simple. Since my first-rate investigation didn't turn up any weapon, it means there wasn't one to be found. Which leaves only one possibility. The murderer took the weapon with him when he left the prison. That's why we couldn't find it when we looked, obviously.
Objection!
But what you are proposing is impossible. And this proves why the culprit couldn't possibly have taken the weapon out of the prison with them. We mentioned this earlier. No. The door's in the prison proper. And since the suspect has never went into the prison proper, this door doesn't help us. And this door only works on prisoners. Well, this chess set doesn't have any way of detecting anything. So this is what the question is. And this proves why the culprit couldn't possibly have taken the weapon out of the prison with them. Okay? So we're back to thinking about the prison. There you go, that's all of them.
Take that!
More memory trouble, Mr. Winter? Now you're forgetting things you yourself said. Are you making fun of me again? Oh, so you remember what I said? But perhaps you might have been better served by remembering this. What's that? We just talked about this earlier. Wait, does he seriously not remember? He's autistic. It would certainly seem that way. There is a security gate at each of the entrances of the detention center and the prison proper. Coming from this prison, anyone leaving the facility would have had to have passed through both of them. 2 gates, both fitting with metal detectors. Oh, wait, now I remember. Looks like he got his memory back. So, as you can see, there is no way anyone could have taken a weapon out through both gates. Therefore, there is no way the murder weapon could have left this building. Yeah! In which case, Mr. Edgeworth, perhaps you would care to tell us where you think the murder weapon might be? It is still here on the premises. That's the only plausible conclusion to be drawn. But we searched the prison from top to bottom and couldn't find anything. Because you were never going to find anything to begin with. Now, when you were laboring under the misconception that it's a blade you were looking for, yeah, we know the truth about what happened to Mr. Knight. We've seen it with our own eyes. That is quite a claim. I assume you have the evidence to support it? What is the weapon that was used to commit the crime? Take a look at this, Judge Gravel, and the weapon used in this case will become clear. We are only going by what the evidence is saying currently. What tape? Are you talking about the security footage? That's not a weapon. Yeah, they're asking for a weapon.
Take that!
This is footage taken from a security camera trained on Knight's holding cell. Now watch it for yourselves and see. What? But how? This footage captures the moment the victim was attacked by a black dog. So we think it's a black dog. More than sufficient proof of how he really died, wouldn't you say? Yes, it is certainly significant. So now we know that Knight was in fact killed in his cell by a vicious dog. A dog that moved the victim's body to the prison workshop post-mortem. We know this thanks to an eyewitness who saw the dog in the workshop when the body was discovered. Of course, I think we can all agree that this is no way the dog could have planned such a crime itself. Indeed, I fear it may be his handiwork after all. That's quite enough of that, Mr. Edgeworth. Judge Gravel, you are correct that this footage is an important piece of evidence, but it also raises an important new question. A question that I suspect you have also been asking yourself. He's right. There's one major problem with my vision of the events. The black dog, the one that belongs to one of the inmates? How did it move between the holding cells and the prison proper at will? Oh! How do we answer that one, Mr. Edgeworth? The truth is, I don't know yet. Of course not. Can it, Wonder Boy? You didn't even notice there was a problem. Until the defense provides an adequate explanation, the court cannot accept your line of logic. That is all. This court is adjourned. But wait! There's still so much more to explore!
Overruled.
Court is no longer in session, Mr. Edgeworth. If you would be so kind to leave the courtroom. Court was never in session in the first place! Once again, this court is adjourned.
Objection!
We may not have all the answers yet, but you haven't explained anything either regarding Mr. Saint. What do you mean? Just as we don't yet know how the dog made it into one of the detention center's holding cells, you can't know how Mr. Saint could have made it inside the detention center, let alone the prison either. He would have been allowed as far as the visitor's room to see his friend, but no further. So it's hard for me to conceive how he could have committed a crime in a place he had no access to. Judge Gavelle, I believe it's your turn to provide some proof. Proof that Simeon Saint was able to enter the prison.
Overruled.
Haha. You wish for the court to provide you with proof? Highly irregular, but very well. What? They actually have something? Now, seems like a good time as any. And I suppose you have been kind enough to share your own theories on this case? What's she building up to here? Mr. Edgeworth, I suspect you don't know what Mr. Saint does for a living. So allow me to fill you in. He is a circus performer. A what? Yes. Perhaps you've heard of the Very Big Circus? Oh, don't be silly, darling. Of course I will. Yesterday was a very important day after all. Important in what way exactly? A big meeting of some kind, perhaps? A meeting? Oh, heavens no! I couldn't think of anything worse. No, yesterday the circus came to visit. You see it now, I assume? As I am sure you are aware, a show was held yesterday for the prisoners' entertainment. A show featuring animals and performers, performed by members of the Very Big Circus. So does that mean Mr. Saint? Yes, Mr. Saint was allowed inside the prison as part of the show. A matter of fact, that has been confirmed beyond reasonable doubt. She held on to that fact until the last possible moment. She let me run with my own theory, and only afterwards did she use it to reveal the truth. Wait. Butt out, Gavelle. I have him right where I want him. Forgive me, Eustace, but if I may, while the particulars of the suspects are indeed fascinating, don't we have something a little more important to share with the prosecutors? That must be why she steered him onto a different topic back then, too. I got you good, didn't I, you third-rate prosecutor? This has nothing to do with you. Gentlemen, this court is well and truly adjourned. If I may offer a word of advice, Mr. Edgeworth. You conduct a your conduct as a prosecutor is already in question. You would do well to remember that you were removed from this case for that precise reason. What are you trying to say? That the committee reserves the right to confiscate your badge at any time. If you wish to retain it, you would do well to avoid crossing paths with us again. Is that a threat? The goddess of justice is compassionate, Mr. Edgeworth, but but she is not entirely forgiving. Oh, and one last thing. You are no defense attorney. Abandon this foolish presence. Thank you for your concern, but I do not abandon anything. What I start, I finish. Well, do try to remember that the two jobs are not one and the same. That a defense attorney is expected to develop something of a bond with their client. Next time, finding out your client's real occupation might be a good place to start. Now I really must be going. May the goddess of justice watch over you all. So, Simeon lied to us? Not just you two. Guy took me for a ride too. What's his deal? Whoa, whoa, whoa! You're not having second thoughts about all of this, are you there, Milesy boy? Sure, Judge Gravel is a tough cookie, but that doesn't mean you can just give up the ghost. The defense never rests, as a wise man once said. And that goes for associates, too. Don't worry, Fender. I have no intention of resting. Nevertheless, our assumption that Mr. Saint couldn't have entered the prison has been proven false. Which means we'll need to restart our investigation from square one, I'm afraid. So, we've hit ourselves into a giant snag. So, do you have any questions? Do you have any concerns, criticisms? None from you. So let's sum up what we already know. Okay, so we have just found out that Simeon Saint works as a circus performer. And now we know that he had full range to the prison because he's working in the prison yard. I guess we can call it a courtyard, not exactly a prison yard, as a circus performer. So the possibility of him actually convicting this crime still holds water. Let's see what we can find out more. March 28th, 3:02 p.m. Detention Center. Visitors room. You withheld information from me. Why? I didn't withhold anything, or at least I didn't mean to. Okay, so you are a member of the Very Big Circus, right? No, I mean, yes, but no. I'm not really a member. I'm still new. That's irrelevant. You're still a member. Let's try this again. Why didn't you tell us? Because it would have looked so suspicious. Me being a performer in the circus show, and me being friends with Bronco. I thought that if anyone found out, nobody would believe I was innocent. Not even you, Kay! I thought I'd made it clear that I'd believe in you. But when you stare at me like that, I get so terrified. You're a real smooth operator, aren't you, Miles? Any other client scary tips you want to share? You're really not helping, Fender. At this rate, it sounds like we really will need to question him about everything all over again. So what do you do at the circus, Simeon? I'm an animal tamer. Kind of. I'm still learning the ropes. That's so cool! Do you get to train lions, tigers, and bears? Oh, Mayan stuff! Lions, tigers, bears? Oh my! No! Let's think back to Justice for All. What two animals were there? Do you remember? Well, let's see. We had Money the monkey. Remember? Money the monkey was Acro's pet, if you remember correctly. And then we had Regent the lion, who happens to be like the second lion that we heard because Leon the lion was killed. I work with this little guy, Money the monkey. Well, that kind of makes sense because Acro is currently in jail, so somebody has to take care of Money, right? Looks pretty tame already to me. So you're not exactly a tamer, more like one of those old-timely organ grinders? Not now, Money. I'm trying to... Oh, you little scamp. Something tells me it's the organ grinder who's being monkeyed around. When we spoke to you before, you said you worked at a company. I was telling the truth. The circus really is a company. We all have titles and everything. The ringmaster's the CEO, and I guess you can call me a gopher. I even have a line manager. She's head of the animal taming department. It's part of the showbiz division. She's such an inspiration, there isn't a creature in the world she couldn't convince to do her bidding. Even Miles here? I like to see somebody whip him into shape. I am not some kind of creature offender. So this line manager, was she working with you on the show? Yes, it was just us two. It wasn't all that big of a job compared to what we normally do. She's usually the one performing on stage. I just do all the monkey work. But I did have a big part this time. So only 2 members of the circus are relevant to this case. Alright. Talk me through your movements here at the facility. Sure. Came to see Bronco at around noon 2 days ago. And that was when you brought him the chess set? Yes. And that same evening, I started work on setting up the stage in the yard. It was so hard I had to haul everything in by myself over multiple trips. They let us use one of the rooms in the prison storage. Workshop A, I think. Workshop A, where Knight's body was found. You mean your boss didn't help you? Oh no, I could never ask you to scalp all this stuff around. Like I said, the monkey worked my job. Once it was all set up, we did a run through and it must have been midnight by the time I left. Next morning I was back and ready for the show, which started at 8 a.m. and we performed till 10. So Mr. Saint was the only one of the pair to have entered the room where the body was found. Knight's body was found immediately after the show had ended. Do you have any ideas why you were arrested? And why so quickly? I've never seen a guy get booked so fast. Surely even Little Winter didn't just pull somebody in on a hunch. Never underestimate the power of an undeveloped intelligence. I think I might know why. When I was moving all the stuff, I went to go see how he was doing. Bronco, I mean. You went to the holding cells on your own? Tell me you had permission. No, it wasn't a formal visit or anything, so I just sort of snuck over and hope no one stopped me. But you just seen him earlier the same day. Why take the risk? I've known him since we were kids, when both of us were all alone. He doesn't have any family, you see, just like me. I knew he'd be feeling lonely, that he'd want somebody to talk to, so I had to go see him. You don't have any family? For a while I had my dad, but he passed away when I was a little kid. Losing one's father as a child. I know that pain all too well. He's just like you and me, Mr. Edgeworth. There was nobody else nearby when you went to see him? No. The other holding cells were empty and I didn't see any guards. Oh, somebody must have seen you. Or you wouldn't be in there. Oh, no. I messed up so bad, didn't I? So the assumption is that something happened while the two were alone together? At least I imagine that would be Winter and Judge Cavell's thinking. In any case, I think we'll need to speak to your boss next. Last I heard, he's supposed to be around today, too. Somewhere in the yard. Tell her I'm sorry, would you? I'm so sorry. I can't believe I let this happen. Sure thing, Simeon. We're here for you. If there's anything else we can do, just say the word. But, I mean, that is, there's nothing I can do for you in return. You don't have to worry about that. We're friends. We know what it's like to be in your shoes. We're all part of the same club after all, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Unfortunately so, I'm afraid. Thank you for sharing your such personal details with us. By the sound of it, you had little reason to kill Knight. If anything, you're the one most affected by this passing. And what's more, I simply don't believe a person as gentle as you is capable of murder. Rest assured we believe you. And we'll get you out of here. Well, what do we have here? A gosh darn defense attorney, that's what. Bravo, big guy! Can't believe I'm saying it, but you even reminded me of your old man for a moment there. I did? From the Book of Gregory. An attorney is a friend to the friendless. Simeon, my bucko, this guy will suffer any hardship for your friendship. Things are going to be shiply amazing. Didn't realize Talk Like a Pirate Day had come early this year, Fender. But that's just the thing. You never know when a pirate will strike next. Anyways, kid, want some candy? No thanks. I don't like sweet stuff. Oh, bummer. I wouldn't mind a nice ship myself. A great thieves galleon for the dread Pirate K. Yeehaw! Yeehaw, me hearties! We'll sail the 7 seas together and claim the greatest treasure of all, the truth. Shiver me timbers, you two will be the death of me. Come on, let's sail for the prison yard. But no sea shanties on the way, please. Look, the shutter's open. That's the way out to the yard, I believe. Let's go take a look. Come on. What are you waiting for? Someone's excited. March 28th, 3:37 p.m. Prison yard. So this is the famous yard. The circus performance was taking place here just before the body was discovered. Check it out! It's like the backdrop to some epic festival. Most of the prisoners were assembled here when the body was discovered. Which means that anyone who saw the show has an alibi. Building layout data updated in my organizer. Alright, time to take a look around. Eek! Okay? Stop hitting me! Help, Mr. Edgeworth! Cease and desist, you beast! Somebody! Ouch! Help! Ow! Me! Stay! Isaiah, stay! Who's that? Aw, you found a new friend to play with! Good for you, girl! Play with? Your elephant nearly ate me! No way! She'd never do a thing like that! Isaiah doesn't even bite. At least, not very often. So she does have a taste for human flesh? How did you like meeting a real, live elephant up close? Aren't you glad you did? Yeah, but I didn't die. But you did have fun, right? Right? There, sweetie, don't cry. You had a wonderful time, didn't you, Kay? Don't mislead the poor girl, Fender! She did? Oh, I'm so happy! Here, let me make it all up to you. How about a hug? You keep your trunk to yourself. Aw, another new friend. Isn't that just the best day ever? I am Associate Defense Attorney Miles Edgeworth. Oh my gosh! I am so sorry. I haven't even introduced myself. I'm Regina. It's nice to meet you. I'm Kay, Great Thief Extraordinaire, and Mr. Associate Defense Attorney's Great Assistant. This self-introduction brought to you by the word convoluted. Thank you, Sesame Street. And your elephant's newest friend is Mr. Fender, the defense attorney. Oh, she's not just any elephant. She's Isaiah, the Asian elephant. Isaiah, stop the second you told her to. You really have a way with animals, Regina. Well, I wouldn't be much of an animal tamer if I didn't. What? So you're Simeon's boss? That's right, Regina Berry, head of the Animal Taming Department, Showbiz Division, Very Big Circus. It's so lovely to meet all of you. The pleasure's all ours, mademoiselle. Name's Eddie Fender. I'm a bit of an ace attorney. So much for whipping me into shape. Yes. She's perfect. What are you muttering to yourself, Kay? That positivity, that charisma, that energy. Regina, you'd make a perfect partner in the crime for the Great Thief Yatagarasu. Great Thief? That sounds like fun! My animals and I have stolen the spotlight quite a bit in our time. That's the one thing we don't want to steal. Gotta keep it on the down low, all stealthy ninja-like. But where's the fun without a show? The down low sounds like it might get me down. Bummer. I think we've got a fundamental difference of opinion going on here. It would indeed appear the negotiations have broken down. Maybe next time, Kay. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, let's get cracking. Too bad we can't see much of what's beyond the metal fence, though. Indeed. And we're in sore need of information in addition to evidence. Therefore, we should make an effort to talk with any persons of interest as well. What is it, Miss Edgeworth? I can't believe I missed out. On what exactly? The show, duh. I always wanted to be in the circus. I mean, even had an escape act that would drive the crowd totally wild and everything. Ah, yes, a great loss, I'm sure. Well, I've got an in with Regina now. So let's wrap this case up lickety-split. Because I'm going to star in the next show, if it's the least thing I do. Come on, the quicker we investigate, the quicker we'll be done. All right. If you're the head of the animal taming department, you must be Mr. Saint's boss. That's right. My dad founded the Very Big Circus, but he passed away. He was murdered. I'm sorry to hear that. But we have a new ringmaster now, and he's made the circus bigger and better than ever. Do you know who she's talking about, Di? You don't remember who it is? Maybe you know his role. Do you know what his role is? I'll send you something. You remember him, don't you? You remember him. I sent you in a DM. You remember him. The clown. The clown's name is Mo. He's such a nice man, and he was a good friend of my dad's too. Wow, that's great! Lucky you! I know, right? It was his idea to set up departments like animal taming, magic, and ventriloquy. Only animal taming and ventriloquy have more than one person right now. But the very big circus is getting bigger and better day by day. Sounds like you guys are really going places. They're getting on well. I'll leave them to it. Can you tell me about the show? Oh, it's a wonderful thing. It even has a story. And not just any story, it's a love story. It's that dreamy. Sounds like a regular riot. So who's the star of the show? Let me guess. You? No, silly. That'd be Isaiah. And she falls in love with none other than Regent the tiger. There's our tiger. It's a heart-rending saga of forbidden interspecies romance. Whoa, Nelly! I've heard of odd couples, but that takes the biscuit. And that's not all. There's a love triangle, too. It's so romantic. That sounds pretty incredible, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? So the elephant is the heroine? I suppose there's a first time for everything. Who's the third wheel? Oh, that would be the big old meanie who tries to tear our star-crossed lovebirds apart. Ooh, what animal do you think it is, Mr. Edgeworth? Given that this is a circus, perhaps a lion? I think a raven would be cool, like the Yatagarasu. Nope, it's a sneaky monkey. That's certainly lowered the stakes. Oh, you mean money, right? Nope. Again, the role of the monkey is played by Simeon. Money's far too small to play against Isaiah and Regent, silly. Anyways, the evil villain tries to tear Isaiah and Regent apart. What will become of the fated twosome? It's so exciting, isn't it? Wow, it sure is. So Mr. Saint was more than just the little helper he claims to be? Poor Simeon. It'd be terrible if he couldn't perform with us anymore. Could you tell me about how you set things up for the performance? Oh, that's not really my area. Simeon took care of all the lifting and carrying. He's such a sweetie. He offered to do everything by telling me to concentrate on the show. I did see him doing something near the well, though. A well? I recall seeing one behind the stage. I should examine it in more detail. You should have seen him. Moving those huge cages around all by himself. He's a total hero! Yeah, sounds like something he would do. Weeping all the while. He was going back and forth between the yard here and some sort of workshop with all the equipment. The prison gave us permission to use it for the storage. But he was the only one who went down there, so I don't know much more than that. The workshop must be the one where Knight's body was found. I guess this confirms that Mr. Saint was the only performer that had gone into Workshop A. Well, this sucks. All we're getting is information that works against us. You have to help Simeon, Mr. Attorney. We're all counting on you. Just leave it to us. He may not look it, but Miss Edgeworth knows how to get things done. I wonder exactly is he may not look like supposed to me. What's up? Who doesn't love a good circus performance, eh? A foray into the realm of fantasy. If the performance is a good one, it can certainly be entertaining, yes. And I'm getting pumped just thinking about it. Chance to escape reality, however brief, can often be a powerful tonic. You got that right. Doesn't it just make you want to hug something? Like the circus? Holding a show here right in the shadows of the fence that keeps these guys in? Guess the magic of the big top is enough to make them forget that they're in the same boat as the animals. The fence? I suppose I should examine it too. It is a part of this facility after all. Well, I missed the show, but we've still got the stage and all this other stuff to check out. He's right. I should also look over the stage set and equipment just in case something useful turns up. Head over, huh? You don't exactly give a guy a lot of work with, Miles. Kid's really something, huh? Wish I still had a tenth of her starry-eyed outlook. I suppose it's because her head seems to be up in the clouds. Right? She's so above it all that no one dares to go against her. Bet she doesn't even need to crack the whip with the animals. The eyes go for starry to steely, and suddenly it's sit, stay. I can think of somebody who very much enjoys cracking the whip. You can, huh? Sounds like a real piece of work. Come on, Mazzarino, spill the beans. Trust me, Fender. One crack of her whip and you'll be running for the courthouse doors. I'm pretty sure he'll meet her later. Danger! High voltage! I never saw one of these in real life. Hey, that must be the fabulous garden outside the warden's office over there. Ah yes, Warden Lagarde mentioned being able to see it from her window on the detention center side. Wish this dumb barbed metal fence wasn't in the way, though. I thought it was all one big yard. Given how protected this area seems of her little bit of earth, I imagine it's to keep riffraff like us out. There you are! Regina Cupcake! Oh, word in the guard! I've been simply dying to sit you down for a chat. You exquisite little thing. Do you mind if I ask a little about this prison? Oh, not at all. This place is my pride and joy. My home. Sure, it was a prison when I first arrived, but it was awful, an utter disgrace. Awful? I suppose you mean the prisoners were unruly? I most certainly do not. They're angels, every one of them. They always have been. No, it was the ambience that was awful. I fretted, I brooded, and then it hit me, the animals. If anyone could bring them up the place, it was them. It is nice having them around. Isn't it just? And now look at my fabulous little family. Why, my darling Frankie is the very picture of rehabilitation. Except when he's rifling through dead men's pockets. We have so many success stories among the family, but darling Frankie really is a marvel. He's thrown himself into his vocational training and is always the first to volunteer for everything. What? And your other model prisoners don't do that? Oh, of course they do, my dear. Of course. They're all such triers, such doers. It's just that Frankie, let's just say he knows what's good for him. What exactly does she mean by that? Anyways, he's a very good boy, so do try to be nice to him, wouldn't you? Loud, soaring music, great leaping animals. The very big circus truly has it all. Everybody who comes here gets to see it once a month. Really? In that case, let me see. She better not be thinking of something to confess to. This monthly show, is it always performed by the Big Berry Circus? But of course, sweetie. I'm Regina's biggest fan. That girl's my little princess, my superstar. She's so wonderfully talented. Yes, she is. Yes, she is. And she's so adorable and so sweet. I could just gobble her up right up. You're not lying when you're saying you're her biggest fan, huh? Which is why I'm worried about her. So worried. It's all because of poor Simeon, you see. If he's found guilty, why, darling Regina will be devastated. So you simply must make sure that... that doesn't happen, Mr. Lawyer. Please, I'm begging you. If there's anything I can do to help you clear up this awful misunderstanding, you let me know. Oh. Okay. Mr. Lawyer, sir. And how are you today, if you don't mind me asking? Today? We just talked to you early, Mr. Sot. Oh, heavens, I do apologize. Ever since I came to call this place home, I've been working on my interpersonal skills, you see, in order to be as annoying as possible. I'm currently helping out with the circus show's stage, tear down, and cleanup. But if you have need of me, I'll do my utmost to help. I'm just clipping in and doing what I can, model prisoner that I am. Yes, my stay in this prison has seen me reborn. The Frank Saw you see before you is a changed man. A changed man who now targets a recently deceased? No, you misunderstand. That was just a moment of madness. A moment of madness? You're a disgrace to all thieves everywhere. You're right, of course. I can't deny it. I still have a long way to go. As a thief? Anyways, as you can see, I have a shiny new bracelet now. So it's the straight and narrow for me. Like I say, I'm a model prisoner. Not that a real model prisoner would need to keep telling me that. I'm doing everything I can to prepare for my eventual return to society. Yeah, you even skipped the show to focus on your training, didn't you? That's right. Only 2 inmates were absent, Sod and Canis. Why didn't you tell us about Mr. Canis sooner? That. Look, I don't think there's an inmate in this prison who'd talk about him if they didn't have to. Well, you could say he's the real one in charge around here. You didn't hear it from me, but well, I guess it comes with being the fixer. The fixer? Yes. Anything you need, he can get it for you. But how does he get away with it? I'm not sure. But he's the only one who does. I heard he had a secret way of getting things into the facility. I imagine being the fixer affords Canis certain privileges. Not that I'm concerned with myself with such things anymore, of course. I'm far more interested in perfecting my mud pack application technique. And what are those mud packs exactly? They're a special type of mud treatment, rich with minerals. It works wonders on their coat. I've been practicing on the animals here in the prison. Hope to treat them all eventually. Speaking of mud, it reminds me of a certain piece of evidence. Maybe I should try showing it to him. That's the rubber glove I dropped. Would you care to explain why it's so dirty? Oh, of course. That's mud from one of the pet treatments I've been practicing. I was giving one of the animals a mud pack right when that it happened. I see. Around what time would that have been? Let's see. The show had already started, so around 9 a.m. perhaps. The thing is, the more mud I applied, the more in the zone I got, and the darker the animal's fur became. There's no trance quite like the trance one's enter when one slathers an animal with thick black mud. I think the stress of prison might be getting to him. Rubber glove data updated in my organizer. Of course, it's all thanks to the warden that we have access to such wonderful distractions. I'm entirely grateful. Truly I am. Okay. Simple, sturdy, built well. Wonder if it was the work of the prisoners. Somebody's left a bunch of tools lying around. There's a long piece of rope and a pretty heavy looking weight. Let's see, it weighs 30 pounds. Oh, and there are some pulleys too. Okay, can you stop touching everything in sight? Oh, come on! It's not like I was gonna take anything. Not exactly what are they being used for, I wonder. Regina, darling, you put on the most splendid show for us yet again. The stage, the stars, you in particular, my princess. It was simply divine. That's so nice of you. I hope everybody else who watched enjoyed it too. About that, dear, I'm afraid I have something awful to confess. There were some absences, you see. She must mean Canis and Sod. We were 3 members short. Unbelievable, I know. How will you ever forgive me? I'm sorry, but you're saying 3 inmates didn't attend the show? That's right, sweetie. I counted the seats myself. 1, 2, 3 no-shows. Now, always make sure there are enough seats for everybody. Mr. Edgeworth, that's not right, is it? Indeed. As far as we're aware, Mr. Canis and Sod were the only ones not present. This doesn't add up. Who is the 3rd missing person and what were they doing? Seems we need to investigate further. Oh, I was enjoying my chat with dear Regina so much, I almost forgot. I must feed the little ones. Little ones? Yikes! Alligator! You're looking as adorable as always, Allie, my sweet. Aw, she's so pretty! And what a cute name! Yes, Allie the alligator, isn't she a darling? She's my favorite, aren't you? Yes, you are! I'm so jealous. Can I pet her? Of course, princess, of course. Boy, howdy, these two were made for another. They look like they'll be busy for a while. Maybe we should go back inside the prison and check the cells? Yes, let's. Perhaps we can find a clue there as to who our 3rd missing prisoner might be. Who do you think might be the missing prisoner, Di? March 28th, 4:02 p.m. Prisoner Corridor. Sir, Mr. Edgeworth, sir! Whew, I finally caught up with you. Detective, you're not needed elsewhere? No, the judge and the kid aren't here yet. Oh, and I got your message. So you searched the victim's cell? Did you manage to turn anything up? We struck gold, sir! Well, blood anyways. It was right there on the floor. Only in tiny specks though. But at least it's something. Yeah, it proves that the holding cell was the scene of the crime, right? Not quite. It proves a possibility. But it's not conclusive yet. I thought you'd say that, sir. Which is why I ordered some follow-up work. I asked Forensic to analyze the blood and see if it matches the victim. They're on it as we speak. Nice work, Kami! You thought of everything! Detective, I must say I'm impressed. Did you hit your head or something? Gee, don't look so surprised, sir. I just hope things continue to go in our favor. White floor data updated in my organizer. Alrighty, so that's proof that the murder happened in the detention center. And for our next trick, we'll find out how the dog got over there. Don't worry, you can leave that to me. Until the kid and his chaperone get here, we've got the whole prison to ourselves. Which is why I brought my secret weapon along. Secret weapons? That's right, a few tools of the trade that have helped me bust more than a few cases wide open. Behold, the 7 secret weapons of Dick Gumshoe, Ace Detective Extraordinaire. Well, I didn't know about you crazy cats, but I'm sold. Miles? Very well, Detective. I'll try using your secret weapons. You got it, sir. Let me run you through the list. Secret weapon number 1, my trusty old metal detector. We know this metal detector, don't we, Di? If it's made of steel, silver, or scrap, this little guy right here will find it. So, it detects metal. Very good, Detective. Next up, secret weapon number 2, missile. Everyone's favorite crime-fighting canine. We know this secret weapon too, don't we, Di? He can track pretty much anything you put in front of him, especially food. He sure is a lot cuter than Mr. Canis's dog. Now for secret weapon number 3. Where did I put it? Aha! Am I one snapper short of a school? Or is that a fishing rod? I think we know this one, don't we? But we have a problem. Don't we, Di? What do you think that problem is, Di? Don't tell me we're going fishing for clothes. No, I mean, I just happen to have it with me, it's all. I see. Well, onwards and upwards, Detective. Let's see what else you have. See, Edgeworth's thinking the same thing. That's all she wrote, sir. So, what's the problem, Di? He said 7 secret weapon. How many did we see? We've seen just 3. How many is missing? Gummy, you're 4 secret weapons short of your so-called 7, and one of them was a fishing rod. Sorry, but that's all for today, okay? I'll show you the rest next time. Why do you think I call it secret? Guy can't just go around sharing everything at once. That's crazy. In that case, and I suppose the 3 you've dinged to reveal to us will have to do for now. Alright, which one do you want to try, sir? Which one do you want to try, die? Knowing you want to try the metal detector? You sure you want to try the metal detector? I'll be honest with you, we're going to be in the courthouse and there isn't going to be much in terms of finding anything metal at the moment. What are we going to use the fishing rod for, Die? You want to go catch some fish? Maybe you want to catch that Hylian loach. You don't want fish. You don't want missile? I thought you were an animal lover. I thought you just want missile so you can hug him. You got it, sir. Hey, missile! Here, boy! Ah, he really came! So, what are we tracking? We're trying to find out how Mr. Canis's dog got to the holding cells in the first place. I suspect the same route was used to bring Knight's body back to the prison. So, we give the pooch a stiff of the body, and he'll find that route for us? Does anyone else smell something sweet? All I smell is the odor of blood. It's faint, sir, but it's there. Almost like cake, maybe. Why would the body smell of cake? Okay, Missile. Get a nose full. Here we go. Follow that dog. That's the way to... he's headed for maximum security. Uh-oh, he's going in. Then we'll just have to follow after him. March 28th, 4:24 p.m. Prison, maximum security. This is Canis's cell. So the man himself is absent, it seems. Is he meeting with someone in the visitor's room? Do you think Missile's onto something? Shh. Looks like maybe he is. Is there something here? Let's go snooping, Mr. Edgeworth. Look, Mr. Edgeworth, that chisel on the floor is a bit smaller than the others. I'm no woodworker, but perhaps it's an all-purpose one that can be used in a pinch regardless of the job. All-purpose pocket chisel? Makes sense. Always nice when your tools are useful and easy to carry. Is that your opinion as a thief? Nope, it's my opinion as a great thief. I walked into that one. Di, what do these look like to you? What are these? Tea and rice crackers. Mr. Candace clearly doesn't lack for comforts. I can think of worse ways to spend my time in jail than drinking tea and playing chess. I thought this was maximum security, not maximum comfort. How come nobody else gets this special treatment? Complaining to me isn't going to help. Perhaps you could take it up with the man himself. Yikes! No thanks! Mr. Candace's chisel. Everyone a potential murder weapon. That reminds me of something. The furrows in your brow. When you frown, it looks like someone took a chisel to your forehead. I have no idea what you mean. See? They're so deep. Don't tell me you don't see it, Mr. Woodcarving Face. Have you quite finished? Mr. Candace's chest set, complete with a special dog piece. That's not a chess set. That's a whole chess table with legs. Looks like it might be worth something too. It's not inconceivable. Some of them are, and this is quite a nice one. I never would have pegged Mr. Candace as a chess fan though. What with the whole Eastern aesthetic he's got going, I thought he'd be more into Go. Go, huh? Can you play? I can play Go Fish. I can also play Go Fish. Do you have a 4 die? Would have been funny if you said Go Fish. Not the same thing, Kay. Not even close. What's the matter, boy? Go Fish. Wait. Is this cake what you were after? Whoa, down, boy! Stop that! No, you can't have it. Dog can't eat chocolate. You know that. If you don't behave, I'll just have to eat it myself. Not bad. That's some real outside the chocolate box thinking there. Not sure everybody agrees though. Gummy, I wanted some. Daring of you both to assume the food in a prison is safe to eat, while daring or dumb. Anyways, it looks like it really was Cake Missile was tracking. Talk about a waste of time. I suppose we got our just desserts. But the little guy is definitely capable, right? Sure he is. This was just a blip. You'll follow the right scent this time, I promise. Sick boy! Oh, I think he's onto something! Whatever it is, it's in there. Mr. Carcerado's cell. Carcerado's cell. We need to take a look inside, Detective. Call the guard. Yes, sir. Thank you, officer. a question before we begin. Is the prisoner Mr. Carcerado still in solitary? No, sir. He came back a little while ago. And he was here for the noon roll call. Guess he must be on work duty someplace. I see. Now, if be so kind as to open his cell? Yes, sir. This punching bag has... What breed were you again, Missile? Sure it wasn't a boxer? No way. No way indeed. Quickly, detective, move that sandbag aside. Yes, sir! Oh, could this be? Whoa there, wait, Missile! I'm going in too! Wait, stop! Sir, I'll get her, sir! Oof, this is tight! Shouldn't have eaten that cake! He's gone! Well, I'm not going in there. Guess we'll have to wait. Hello? Kay? Are you alright? You're not gonna believe this! But we're in the detention center! The detention center? That hole! It's a tunnel that leads right into Mr. Knight's cell! What? Don't go anywhere. I'm on my way. March 28th, 5:04 p.m., detention center. Holding cell. Okay. Hey there, Mr. Edgeworth. Guess you could say we made a breakthrough. Literally. Quite. At least they came out unscathed, I guess. Sir, the floorboards under the bed were torn up. So that's how they did it. No doubt about it. This must be the route we've been looking for. The corridor connecting the detention center and the prison is locked down by heavy security doors. But with the help of this tunnel, it can be circumvented. It was a sweet scent that started this whole search. Could it be that the scent was in fact coming from Knight's body after all? Mr. Knight's body data updated in my organizer. Incidentally, Knight's body was covered in dirt. Dirt that might have come from being dragged through this tunnel. Okay, what was it like down there? Well, it was pitch black, so I couldn't see a whole lot. Luckily, my camera has a flash, so I took some pictures. Let's see what you captured. Oh, look at that! Spoons? A fork? Guess these were for digging the tunnel. The silverware that we currently have, even though they say stainless steel onto them, they're about as weak as tin. I can't imagine them digging a hole like that. That aside, are those footprints? Paw prints even. From a dog perhaps? Tunnel print data jotted down in my organizer. This is a vital piece of evidence. However, it begs something of a question. It does. Mr. Carcerado has certainly been making use of this tunnel, which means... Detective, we need to find out where Mr. Carcerado is immediately. If my suspicions are correct... Oh, nuts! Guards were alerted and they began searching for Mr. Carcerado right away. But after a thorough investigation of both the prison and the detention center, he was nowhere to be found. March 28th, 5:34 p.m. Detention Center corridor. Well, had the police been notified? Yes, ma'am. We just finished liaising with them a moment ago. They set up a condor around the entire facility. Good. The first blemish on a prison's spotless reputation is always the ugliest. It won't happen again, ma'am. A rather difficult Warden Lagarde to the one we've seen so far. Mr. Edgeworth, was it? I really can't thank you enough for finding that tunnel, darling. Sadly, it must have been too little too late. It seems he might have already left the building. I say that's unlikely, Warden. After all, there's a security gate at the exit to the detention center. You're not suggesting he simply walked through it. What's to say there was only the one tunnel, sweetie? I suppose that's true. But whatever the case, this is no time to be standing around chit-chatting. Mr. Edgeworth, would you mind continuing with your investigation? It would be my pleasure. And you three can go back to your post. Yes, ma'am. Detective, the results of the blood test just came back from the lab. Thanks, Belle. Let's see what they have to tell us about the blood found in Knight's cell. What does it say, Mr. Edgeworth? They've identified the blood and it's Knight's. White floor data updated in my organizer. Nice job, everybody. Teamwork makes the dream work, huh? We've got Knight's blood in his holding cell and a tunnel the dog clearly went through. And security footage showing Knight being attacked by the dog in his cell. Case closed. We have all the evidence we need. Let's see what Mr. Canis has to say for himself. Canis? Oh, darlings! Are you sure? Do be careful around him, won't you? He's as well connected on the outside as he is in here. I suppose he would have to be. How else would the so-called fixers stay in business? The police have been trying to track down his accomplices for the longest time. Even I've had to lend them a hand myself, you know. So that's what this was all about. He's still not talking, ma'am. Even with the evidence you borrowed from the precinct. No, and I've tried so many times. I've lost count. What am I supposed to do? I can't send in a blank report. I guess a killer for hire was always going to be a tough nut to crack. You borrowed evidence from the police to help with your investigation, is that correct? Why, yes, sweetie. Everything related to Canis is with me now. Heaven knows how many times I've halted the secretive scoundrels in my office to talk to him. But no matter what I say or how much evidence I present him with, he simply won't say a word. A prison warden conducting interrogations herself? That's irregular, to say the least. Let your guard down and it'll devour you whole. Be careful, darlings, you have been warned. Whoo-wee! And here I thought things couldn't get any spicier. March 28th, 5:55 p.m. Prison. Maximum security. Judge Cavell, I didn't expect to find you here. We have been conducting inquiries, which, given that we are in charge of the investigation, is hardly strange. What is strange is that you are still here, Mr. Edgeworth. I gave you a warning, did I not? I told you that your badge was at risk. Should our paths cross again, and yet here you are. I'm sorry that you thought that I might be so easily discouraged, Your Honor, but I am not about to let the truth slip from my grasp, no matter what you or the committee may say. I am here to present a certain someone with evidence that you yourselves should have uncovered. You have more business with me, I take it, Mr. Edgeworth. I do. I promised I would be back to prove that you were the killer. Here I am. It should be amusing. Very well. Whenever you are ready.
Objection!
Not so fast. We have some truths of our own to share. First-rate deductions, in fact. Indeed. We are now more certain than ever that Simeon Saint was the murderer. And that only he could have moved Mr. Knight from his holding cell to the prison proper. We should prove this to you beyond a shadow of a doubt. But first, a question. Are you quite determined to continue on this course, Mr. Edgeworth? Should you fail to rebut our deductions, there will be no going back. Your very career hangs in the balance. What? You mean you'll take his badge if you don't like how this goes? That's intimidation. Not at all. If anything, I am showing him mercy. This is not Mr. Edgeworth's case. He never was. I am under no obligation to hear him out. If he is prepared to accept the potential ramifications of his actions, I will allow him one last chance. Well, are you truly willing to take this risk? To put your beloved badge on the line? Mr. Edgeworth! Sir! I accept your terms. I am confident of my reasoning. And what's more, I am representing the firm of Edgeworth & Co. I do not intend to besmirch its name. My duty will be done, and I will not be intimidated. Very well. Let us see whether you are brave or simply reckless. By the power vested in me by the almighty goddess of justice, let this judgment commence. Eustace, if you will allow me. Fine by me. He's all yours, Cavell. How Knight wound up in the prison proper. You are aware of the incident involving Mr. Knight the day before yesterday, I assume? He assaulted an innocent guard and stole his keys. Later, in the middle of moving a large animal cage, Mr. Saint stopped by Mr. Knight's cell for a little visit. That's when Mr. Knight stole out of his cell using the keys he'd stolen. He slipped into the cage, and there he hid as he was wheeled to one of the prison workshops. I figured she was going to bring up Mr. Saint going to the night cell. Yesterday, after you so kindly made us aware of the security camera footage, we decided to take a look at it ourselves. Perhaps you would like to see what we found. This is a still from the footage we received. Mr. Saint speaking with Knight at his cell. Correct. You will also note that he has possession the cage in such a way as to obscure the camera's view. It is this blind spot that Mr. Knight exploited in order to enter the cage undetected. Now that's going to be impossible. Look how tall this guy is. You would think the camera would know, because this guy is tall. It would literally see him crouch down and climb into the cage. This guy is not short. This guy is very impossible to hide. So I find that impossible. A sound deduction based on what can be observed, wouldn't you say? A blind spot, which means that the camera wouldn't have been able to capture the moment Knight entered the cage, if he did at all. So it's still possible that he didn't actually leave his cell at this point. I don't get it. Why would Mr. Knight want to hide in the cage? There's really only one possibility. He intended to escape. A prison break? That's so cool! Mr. Carcerado, Mr. Knight, everybody's doing it. I have to set up my game. Okay, now is really not the time. Mr. Carcerado's escape is no laughing matter. It is my belief that Mr. Saint helped Mr. Knight with his escape attempt. Well, as we just discovered, her possible escape plan wasn't needed. There was a hole in the floor. And with Mr. Knight being attacked, when he should have known about the floor. So this escape route that she is imposing seems illogical. That is to say, he was his accomplice. Wow, go Simeon. That wasn't a compliment. I understand that the cage was briefly taken to one of the workshops. I imagine that had things gone to plan, Mr. Knight would have remained in the cage until after the show, and then removed from the premises along with the rest of the circus's equipment. Unfortunately for Mr. Knight, Mr. Saint had other ideas. He killed his friend in cold blood. Judge Gavel's argument seems reasonable, but there must be a fault in her logic somewhere. I'm going to find it.
Hold it!
Your Honor, about this incident. You have heard about it, of course. Surely any attorney worth his salt would have his sources? Yes, I'm aware of it. Of course, I simply... Then you are wasting both our time. Shall we continue?
Hold it!
Do you have any proof that Knight stole the keys? I can think of no other reason for him to carry out such a brutal attack. Once the guard he assaulted regains a consciousness, I am sure he will confirm our suspicions. I wouldn't be so sure. Perhaps I should press further on her reasoning. Sorry, but I believe there is a flaw in your reasoning. If Knight had the keys, there was nothing to stop him from leaving whenever he wanted. Why wait for Mr. Saint? There was no need, surely? He chose the option he deemed most likely to succeed. He stole the keys and hid them somewhere. When waited for an opportune moment to present itself, he hid the keys? I'm afraid you might have made an uncharacteristic oversight, Your Honor. Mr. Knight wasn't hiding any keys. That has been proven already. And this is the piece of evidence that proves Knight didn't have the keys. There's only one piece of evidence that we actually have, Dai. No. This gate is not something you use a key on. Remember, this gate is in the prison proper. He was in a holding cell. If you're talking about this gate, the sensor gate, yeah, that has no bearing on this one. But he wouldn't even need to use these gates anyways because he's already in prison. So what would end up being the evidence? This is the piece of evidence that proves Alright, that's it. That's all of them.
Take that!
Since you know about the incident, I assume you must already know this, but after the assault, the guards searched both Knight and his cell and no keys were found. And if the whereabouts of the keys cannot be proven, then neither can your theory. I have considered the matter of the missing keys, and I do not think it such an issue. I still believe he had them. After all, the guards only stated that they were unable to locate them. And this is because they were cleverly hidden inside the pocket chess set. Knight's chess set, the same set in which the murder weapon was also allegedly hidden? Was it? I can't help but wonder about that. What? But you're the one who proposed it! Actually, if you recall, that was Eustace's assertion. So the two of them aren't of one mind on this, I take it. Allow me to restate the fact. Mr. Knight hid the keys he stole from the guard inside his chess set. When Mr. Saint came to see him, Mr. Knight used the keys to open his cell and climbed into the cell. He was then moved from his holding cell to the workshop in the prison proper, with all the help of his friend and accomplice. Had things gone according to plan, he would have been taken out of the facility after the show. But they did not. Instead, his accomplice murdered him while the show was taking place in the yard.
Objection!
But Mr. Saint was a part of the performance. How would he even have time to commit the murder? Hold on a sec. I want to clean out my glasses here for a sec.
Overruled.
How indeed? Allow me to explain. As you know, many stage performances follow a set narrative. Yesterday's show was one such example. She's done her homework, I see. The suspect played the role of the antagonist's opponent, the elephantine heroine of the show. In the latter part of the performance, the heroine's love prevails and the villain is defeated. This victory is depicted in a very unique manner, whereby the villain is sent flying from the stage by the heroine. He's sent flying by the elephant. Isn't that dangerous? Having been ejected from the stage in this manner, the villain no longer appears in the performance. In other words, the suspect did not appear on stage for a period of approximately 15 minutes. And you're saying the crime took place during that time? Yes, I'm afraid so. After all, more than sufficient window, wouldn't you say?
Objection!
Committing the crime and returning to the stage in that short 15-minute window is only possible assuming that the murder took place in the prison proper. But in fact, Your Honor, the real scene of the crime was Knight's cell. I seem to remember telling you that I would not accept that part of the security footage into evidence.
Objection!
And you won't have to. I have proof of a different kind. Very well. Would you be so good as to present it? Why do we have 100 messages already? Oh. What proof do you have that the murder took place in the victim's holding cell? Remember, we just got an update for this piece of evidence. No, it's not going to be the footage. Not going to be the whole. That's new evidence. That's not evidence that was updated. This is not going to prove us that the murder happened in the holding cell. The keys are missing, remember? We have no evidence of the keys. Your brain is doing it again. This is one of the updated evidence we got.
Take that!
This appears to be a photograph of a floor. Almighty Goddess of Justice, grant me patience. That floor you're so dismissed of, Your Honor, has traces of nice blood on it. Traces, you say? Is this evidence reliable? After all, I don't believe you have access to necessary forensic operatives.
Objection!
I have my resources. A certain blunt instrument, you might say, but a reliable one. The detective. How very unfortunate for him. Perhaps before you decide to circumvent the law, you might have considered that the committee's influence extends to the police. Ha ha ha. Oh no, now Gummy's badge is on the line too! Forgive me, Detective. I didn't mean to put you at risk as well. I will enter the fact that Mr. Knight's blood was found in the holding cell into evidence. However...
Objection!
Bad luck, idiots. You're really on the edge now, Mr. Worthless. Mr. Winner, I'd forgotten you were there. It was nice while it lasted. I just butted in to tell you that your entire argument is one big inconsistency. You showed us camera footage of a dog killing Mr. Knight in his cell. Are you saying the mutt also wiped the blood up before it left the scene? Uh-oh. What other tricks can it do, huh? A blood wiping dog? You're a joke. You'd have wiped that blood up, wouldn't you, boy? Yes, Helmut. Yes, you would. What? Wow, Eustace, I guess you been disproven. Oh, yeah. That was one of the tricks I taught him before our work together was so rudely cut short. He's a very timid boy, you know. Never missed a drop. It would do to leave any evidence. After all... Oh, right there. Saved by an assassin of all people. Jeez Louise, you could have just taught the little guy to shake hands. I'm very certain this dog can shake hands. Oh, he does that marvelously too. Di, do you want a dog to go up and shake hands with you? Although, the way I taught him to do it is somewhat unorthodox. First, he bites down hard on the victim's hand. Then, la 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 la, I'm not listening! I see. Very well then, Mr. Edgeworth. It seems you may have gathered some evidence worth considering. Your understanding... Wait, I'm not done yet. I just thought of something else. Overruled. Ooh boy, somebody's taking no prisoners. Eustace, would you be so kind as to allow me? All right, Gavel. Well, do you accept the truth now? The crime took place in Knight's holding cell, and the assassin's dog was the killer. My position is the same as it was yesterday. Until you can explain how the dog moved between the prison and the detention center, I cannot accept your theory into evidence.
Hold it!
I thought you might say that, which is why I'd like to show you something else. This piece of evidence shows how the dog could freely travel between the prison and the detention center, which is...
Take that!
This is... It's a secret passageway. It runs beneath the prison. What? It's a secret passageway! It was dug by one Mr. Rocco Carcerado, escapee. It leads from his prison cell to a certain holding cell in the detention center. Yes, the very one where the victim was being held. Well, this is certainly a surprise. To think this was beneath our feet the entire time. Mr. Canis, you knew this tunnel, didn't you? Because it's the same tunnel that was used to carry out the murder.
Overruled!
In the name of the goddess of justice, overruled. Mr. Edgeworth, you are out of line.
Hold it!
How so, Your Honor?
Overruled!
Evidence is everything, whether in a court of law or at the scene of the crime. Isn't that your little catchphrase? Well, it just so happens that I have some evidence of my own. Bronco Knight's autopsy report. His autopsy report? When did we get that? How do you not know you had it? The police handed it to me only a short while ago. The findings are still preliminary, but it has something of value to tell us nonetheless. The goddess of justice speaks to us through these pages, Mr. Edgeworth. Cause of death, stab wound to the throat. The weapon is said to be a sharp blade of some sort. It seems the victim was stabbed repeatedly in the same spot, resulting in an ugly wound. As such, the police have yet to identify the exact shape of the weapon, but its overall nature seems to be beyond question. It is a bladed metal instrument. In light of this evidence, do you truly wish to continue with your flight of fancy? Or will you now claim that the dog used a knife instead? But that's impossible! That will be all. This court is adjourned.
Objection!
But the tunnel, the paw prints! What of them? Elmwood is something of a wanderer. Perhaps he just happened across the tunnel one day. Although I couldn't say for certain, I myself cannot wander quite so freely. That would be quite a coincidence, but I can't prove it's not the case either. He sure does know how to keep a secret, huh? Kinda wish she'd kicked us in the teeth a little earlier with that. He was baiting me, waiting for the perfect moment to crush me with the autopsy report. And I fell for it. Hook, line, and sinker. You are lead attorney for the defense, correct, Mr. Vendor? This is the interim autopsy report in question. I do apologize for the delay. Yeah, no sweat. Thanks for hooking us up. Autopsy report data jotted down in my organizer. Yep, this all checks out. Yep. Mr. Fender, a handshake is not necessary when receiving official court documents, you know. So please feel free to let go of my hand. It's not a holy relic, after all. I was just trying to be friendly, Your Honor. Had you lingered a moment longer, the goddess of justice would have spoken to you through my gavel. Alright, I got it. Nice work, Gavel. Just like we planned it. I did only as you instructed, Eustace. But thank you. This report came from the police. I have no choice but to accept its legitimacy. But if the dog didn't kill Knight, then that takes Canis out of the running. The goddess of justice speaks to me, Mr. Edgeworth, and she is merciful. She tells me that you might yet keep your badge if you will finally abandon this fruitless quest. What's our motive, sir? I think she really means it this time. What do you think, Detective? My answer remains the same, Judge Gavel. I will see my duty done, and I will not be intimidated. Even with how things stand, and you still refuse to concede, this may very well be your last chance. Your badge hangs by a thread. Then let it fall if it must. I have something far more important to protect as an associate attorney. My client, which also hangs on a thread. The goddess of justice is no doubt saddened by your refusal to accept your yet another offer of mercy. Attaboy, Miles. That's what I like to see. Looks like the defense never rests is really starting to mean something to you. Credit to your old man, though. He's the one who said it first. My father? In fact, I could swear I saw Gregory's spirit in you for a second there. You said that you changed since your days in Von Karma's shadow. I didn't believe you at first, but I'm starting to. Thank you, Mr. Fender. Alright, kids. This is where the rubber really hits the road. But put your thinking caps on. It's make or break time. If it's true that Knight was off with a bladed weapon, does our whole case really fall apart? It doesn't. Matter of fact, it's just another piece of the clue that we're looking for, actually. Alright, I'm going to need to sip something here because my throat is starting to get a little sore. I can feel it starting to itch. A bladed weapon, of course. There were 5 chisels in Candace's cell when we last looked. A former assassin certainly wouldn't struggle to commit murder with a tool like that. In which case, the weapon that killed Knight was... Have you quite finished? It would be in your best interest to concede. Evidence is everything. It may well be my little catchphrase, but it's also true. So the murder weapon was a sharp blade? Then where is it? The guards didn't find it. Why can't you let this go? So what if they didn't find it? What are you driving at? What if I were to tell you that I now know what the real murder weapon was? And it was right under our noses the whole time indeed. It was one of Mr. Candace's chisels. What?
Overruled.
I would advise you to stop bombarding us with your irresponsible half-baked theories, Mr. Edgeworth. You have repeatedly insisted that Mr. Knight was killed in his cell by a dog. I simply go where the evidence takes me, both in the courtroom and at the scene of the crime. If the murder weapon was in fact the chisel, then yes, the murderer could not have been the dog. But that begs the question of what exactly it was we saw in the security footage. Oh yeah, the security footage. How do you explain that, Mr. Smarty Pants? An excellent question. The footage shows well, we just concluded that the dog isn't killing somebody. And it clearly isn't showing somebody attacking the dog, so what's the correct answer, Dai? Mr. Candace's dog jumped up at Knight. The dog attacked Knight, but he didn't kill the man. He didn't? No, Knight was merely knocked out. The dog didn't drag a cord through the tunnel. He dragged an alive but unconscious Knight. The real killer was the dog's master. Ooh, I get it. By bringing Knight here, Mr. Candace could finish the job. And he could definitely use one of his chisels to do it. Correct. You, Bodhimara Candace, you're the one who could have done it.
Objection.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, you ever get this on your report card? Refuses to listen. Must learn to respect others. Are you asking me or confessing to what's on yours? We already searched Mr. Canis' cell from top to bottom, right, Gavel? Yes, he even inspected his chisels. All 4 of them. There wasn't a single speck of blood.
Hold it!
Why, thank you, Your Honor. You have just confirmed my theory. I have? What exactly do you mean? Last time we were here, there were 5 chisels, not 4. Oh yeah, I remember counting them. Definitely 5. There it goes again. And the one that's missing is the small one. The one we thought might be a pocket chisel. Mr. Canis, where did you hide that chisel? A pocket chisel? And what use might I have for such a thing? I'm really allowed to leave my cell. In which case, he shouldn't have had the chance to dispose of the weapon. Huh. You've dug your own grave, Mr. Canis. You seem to have an idea where this missing chisel might be, Mr. Edgeworth. Would you enlighten us? For a man who cannot leave his cell of his own volition, Canis could only have hidden the chisel here. Where is it hidden? It can't be hidden here. Gotta remember where Canis is at.
Take that!
Mr. Canis is still a prisoner. Despite the comfort he enjoys, he is rarely allowed out of his cell. He could have given the chisel to his dog to leave somewhere, but that would have been far from ideal. He would have no way of guaranteeing where it might end up. Intriguing. Do go on, Mr. Edgeworth. Furthermore, this room is the only place where a bladed instrument wouldn't raise an eyebrow. 4 chisels, 5 chisels, who's counting? A fact he took full advantage of. Ah, the old keep the incriminating evidence close routine classic.
Objection!
But I searched the whole cell myself and there's just nowhere he could have hidden it.
Objection!
I am certain that the murder weapon is here. And that's the reason why no one has found it yet. Is because it was hidden in such an ingenious manner. To enlighten us, Mr. Edgeworth, what was my ingenious plan? Think, Miles. There must be a hiding spot he could make use of. Think about when you came here previously. What are you missing? He's not showing us out permanently, right? Let's get out of here. Come on. The dog. He hasn't made a sound today. When we were here before, he barked and growled repeatedly. Canis even encouraged him to do so. That must be it. I knew something was off. I can hardly believe it, but I think I know where he hid the murder weapon. Give up already? I expected more of you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Hold it!
As well you should. If you would give me a moment. For this piece of evidence shows where you hid the murder weapon. After seeing all that, where is the murder weapon, Di? The so-called murder weapon, I should say.
Take that!
Your dog. He seems unusually quiet today. Yeah. Unlike last time. Mr. Canis, if you would be so kind as to open Elmont's mouth. Oh, come on. He hasn't barked because he is a well-behaved boy. I had to order him to last time. Then order him again, this instant. It's not like we're asking for the world, Mr. Canis. Or do you have something to hide? If you insist. Come on, Helmut. Open up. And there we have it. A chisel that's small and easy to carry. What? A chisel in the dog? Why is there a chisel in the dog? I thought he had been strangely quiet. I guess his brain has finally caught up. Eustace, why don't you be a good boy and call forensics? Tell them it's urgent. Okay. Our findings are as follows. Traces of blood were detected on the chisels. What? Not such a half-baked theory after all, was it? Alright, so we're all on the same page here. This is our murder weapon, yeah? The forensic evidence cannot be ignored. We have no choice but to concede that this is most likely the case. Chisel data jotted down in my organizer. Mr. Canis, in the light of the discovery of this murder weapon, the court demands that you explain yourself. We found the route your dog took to the holding cells, and now we have the chisel. How do you propose to talk your way out of this one? You never fail to entertain, Mr. Edgeworth. Why does he always laugh like that even when it's not funny? Poor Helmut. How could they suspect us? Really little choice. I shall simply have to share with you the truth. I did not kill anyone. I've grown tired of killing. Something's not right. Why is he so calm? Very well, the court will hear Mr. Canis's testimony. If you would be so kind. Ready for a testimony from the almighty assassin? The man that is the definition of what death is? Yeah. Gladly. Canis's defense. Perhaps you might begin by explaining what you believe my motive to be. I never knew this Knight. I had no contact with him. No connection whatsoever. Given that this is the case, why would I possibly wish him dead? Could it be you are suggesting that it was my canine companion who had the motive instead? Yeah. Helmut only bares his fangs when I tell him to, and I'm blind. I am not so bloodthirsty that I would kill a man that I did not know. I mean, when he puts it that way... An assassin who only kills his acquaintances? Not the soundest business model, I agree. My work requires me to deal with strangers, of course. But murder for its own sake? That's not my style. So I need to provide a link between Knight and Canis. Should go over the evidence again and see what I can discover.
Hold it!
I'm puzzled by this focus on motive. Aren't you an assassin? Yeah. Assassin or not, Mr. Edgeworth, I don't spill blood for nothing. Neither in a professional nor in a private capacity. That's just not how it's done, is it, boy? No, it's not.
Hold it!
You didn't know who he was? That's quite unlike you, Mr. Canis. You overestimated me, Mr. Edgeworth. Perhaps you had a harder time putting me in here than I had realized, but I am no master criminal. That said, you are no run-of-the-mill prisoner either. You're the fixer, correct? I find it highly unlikely that a man in such a position would have no knowledge of the new detainee at all. Yeah. You have a rather inflated idea of my position. I have my connections, yes, but I am not all-knowing. And I knew nothing of Mr. Knight.
Hold it!
You're an assassin. Since when have you needed a motive? He's a strange man, isn't he, Elmut? Yes he is. Is he a fool? A genius? It's so hard to say.
Objection!
Drop the act, Mr. Canis, and answer the question. No. You will answer mine. Who am I, Mr. Edgeworth? I am the very same person you caught. An assassin. A murderer for hire. Were I one to kill without rhyme or reason, I would still be free to recite sutras and peace out there.
Hold it!
Of course not. But your dog was trained to kill. What is this man talking about? Helmut? Why would he say such an awful thing about you? He's a silly man. That's what he is. Yes. Then perhaps he killed the wrong person? That would explain the lack of motive. Do your precious police dog attack people willy-nilly? Have no respect, Mr. Edgeworth. If you are going to accuse Helmut of something, at least show us some evidence to back up your claims. I would if I had any. This laugh is going to be burned into your head, isn't it, Di?
Hold it!
Then you must have done so, didn't you? You ordered Knight's death. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth. You'll have to try harder than that. Have you forgotten what I just said? I did not know Mr. Knight. I did not even know that name. If you are going to insist otherwise, then the least you could do is show us some sort of proof. He must show us some proof. Mustn't he, Helmut? Yes. Yes, he must. Whether it was Canis or his dog that committed the killing, Knight wouldn't be dead if Canis himself hadn't wanted him to be. But my order of business should be to prove that Canis and Knight knew each other. Now it's time to pick a statement. You want to pick the fourth one. Let's see what the fourth one says. Okay, the fourth one says, could it be you are suggesting that it was my canine companion who had the motive instead? Well, we're trying to find a connection between Canis and Knight. This statement doesn't help us. Well, again, we're looking at the same as the fourth statement in this one. We're looking at a motive. So until we find a connection between Candace and Knight, this statement is not going to help us either, because this is asking for motive, and statement 4 is also asking for motive. Well, this is also doesn't help us much in trying to identify the connection between Candace and Knight. This is basically just telling about the dog. Alright, now we need to figure out a connection. There should be only one way they would be able to connect. They would be able to contact each other.
Objection!
You're getting sloppy, Mr. Canis. You may have trained your dog to clean up your mess, but some things still require a human touch. We found this in the victim's room. It's a record of a game of correspondence chess. What's more, the game depicted matches the game laid out on your board. What? The number of possible moves have been calculated to be 10 to the power of 120, and that's on the low end. Wait, so that's 10 times 10, 120 times over, right? 100, 1,000, I give up. I mean, what do you even call a number that big? A vanishingly unlikely coincidence, that's what. Now tell us why you killed Knight. Unless that is, you would prefer to explain the coincidence? Well, they do say that truth is stranger than fiction. It is, as you say, a coincidence. But that's totally impossible. We just proved that. A coincidence of a different kind, child. I never imagined my correspondent was the victim, you see. And yet, here we are. Helmut is as surprised as I am. Aren't you, Helmut? Yes. Yes. Chess diagram data updated into my organizer. I suppose there's nothing for it but to finally tell the truth. Boy? The other prisoners had all gone to the yard, you see. It was a show of some sort, I believe. Here I was, minding my own business. When it comes Helmut, dragging a corpse of all things. Yeah, I had quite the shock, not least because the murder weapon was still in the poor fellow's neck. Of course, I was none too keen on becoming a suspect, so I had Helmut take the body to the workshop. Once there, he removed the murder weapon and brought it back to me, just as I asked. The dog pulled out the murder weapon in the workshop? Indeed he did. Removing it here would have made an awful mess after all. You know something that makes total sense? You know something? That makes total sense. Remember what Mr. Sott said, Mr. Edgeworth? That huge black dog had sunk his terrible teeth into the victim's throat. What did you just say? It was hellish. Utterly hellish. That beast, that awful beast, he killed him. I see. So what Mr. Sott actually saw was Helmut removing the murder weapon then. Precisely. I can't say I wasn't a little disappointed that he was spotted, of course. Silly boy. It's not like you to slip up like that, is it now, And there you have it. That is about all there is to tell. I did not kill the man at most. I am reasonable for the removal of that weapon. Now, will that be all? Poor Helmut is growing restless.
Objection!
Sorry, but if you could entertain us for just a little longer, Mr. Connor. Fender? No offense, Polly, old boy, but I don't think you've quite told us everything. I'm sure we'd all like to know why you thought you needed to pull the chisel out in the first place. He's right. It makes sense that he would move the body to avoid suspicion, but Canis had no reason at all to remove the murder weapon. So the mute one isn't as dumb as I thought. Please answer the question, Mr. Canis. It's because of the bell. One attached to the chisel and the one around Helmut's neck have a very distinctive design, if you will. Of course. They were something of a trademark of yours. Were they not? I don't get it. How does that even work? Bohida Canis, the blind butcher. His appearance was always announced by the sound of bells. The last sound his victims would ever hear. You flatter me. Though it's been so many years since you last saw one of them, you remember them well. Her knife and its attached bell were one of the pieces of evidence seized in our case against you. Yes, it was. But one of my bells, one of only two in existence, just two and only two, one of One for my knife, and one for my beloved helmet. Exquisitely crafted. Utterly unique. My ears are my guide after all. And I must be able to use my tools precisely. Of course, as you said, the knife has long since been taken from me. Mr. Canis's bell data jotted down in my organizer. When Helmut brought the body to my cell, I was rather surprised to hear a familiar sound. At first, I was sure that my knife had been used to do the deed. But no, a chisel. An ordinary chisel. It's certainly no assassin's blade. Nonetheless, the bell would have been suggested my involvement. Compounding the matter is the fact that I am the only person in this prison permitted to use such tools. It is clear that I would become the prime suspect. Got a drink. Don't worry, Di, we're getting close to the end of this. And so the chisel had to be removed and hidden.
Hold it!
You still claim that all you did was have the dog move the body? That you had nothing to do with the killing? How could I? I told you. The chisel is not mine. You need not take my word, Mr. Edgeworth. Why not have it checked for prints? Eustace. Huh? Me? But I don't know how to check for prints. Get forensics. Checking for prints is one of the easiest things. You take a freaking aluminum powder and just throw it all over on the evidence, take a brush and brush it off. Whatever sticks onto there, you got your fingerprints. Oh, right, sure thing. What? We got them, prints. They're Mr. Knight's. And Mr. Canis's? Nope, just Mr. Knight's. Oh, and forensics said there's no sign of any prints having been wiped off. Only Knight's fingerprints? This isn't good. Should I get them checked again? Now do you see? I have never so much as touched that chisel. Helmut carried it in his mouth. That is all. Therefore, any prints must belong to whoever had it last. So the murder weapon belonged to the victim? Ooh, that's not helpful. As I said, I have not touched the chisel, which means if it's the victim's chisel, that could only mean one thing. The chisel's not the murder weapon. Because the chisel cannot implant itself. And the way it's elaborated is not suicide. Therefore, I cannot be the killer. Or do you wish to suggest otherwise? I've got nothing to counter with. But what could this mean? Is he not the killer after all? Is he actually telling the truth? No, he can't be. I'm sure that this goes without saying, Mr. Edgeworth, But if you do not find a solution to your current predicament, and quickly, I will have little choice but to relieve you of your badge. Even my patience has its limits, and I will not tolerate you throwing this investigation to chaos. Am I clear? You've done it now, sir! She's serious! I hate to admit it, but the fingerprints turn everything on its head. Without more evidence, I'm back to square one. Wait, something doesn't add up. A few things, actually. What would Mr. Knight have needed a chisel for? You can do a lot with a chisel, child. Break out of prison, for one. Alright, then how did he get it in here? There's no way the guards would have let him bring a super sharp tool in with him. Right, Mr. Edgeworth? Hey, Earth to Mr. Edgeworth. You can't stand there hemming and hawing just because of a little setback. The important thing is finding the truth, you know. It doesn't matter how we get there, as long as we save Simeon in the end. We can't give up now or ever. Yeah, what she said. I'll second that. You won me around with that, Kay. I'm half tempted to offer you a job for real. It's like I said, the defense never rests. Or rather, like your pop said, what do you think lies at the heart of these words, Miles? Any guesses? Heart of the word. It's like this. A defense attorney, our client's fate rests on our shoulders. We're the only ones they can turn to. Simeon's our client. We're the only ones who can save him. So we can't rest. Not until he's counting on us. I'm not about to turn my back on you, your old man's legacy. Are you? I'm an associate with the defense now. No. I'm an associate with my father's firm. That's the role I have chosen. And that means that if I fail to save my client, I have failed in my duties. Will honor my father's vision and save Simeon sane. No matter what setbacks I face, I cannot admit defeat. If one path is blocked, I must simply find another. There we go! That's the Miles Edgeworth I know! Now let's find the new path forward. We can start by trying to figure out how Mr. Knight brought the chisel into the prison. Right. How would Knight have managed to bring a chisel in here? There's only one thing that we have not acknowledged yet. This rope is actually in the prison. So this is not on Mr. Knight. This belongs to the prison. So you're thinking of something that belongs to Bronco Knight.
Take that!
Usually, it wouldn't be possible to bring a metal object into this facility undetected because of the security gates, right? Correct. But we already know that checks at one of the gates haven't been entirely thorough of late. Namely, the gate at the entrance to the detention center. The gate is only used to scan people, and the items they bring into the facility are only subjected to a accuracy check. Are you telling me that the chess set wasn't put through the metal detector? It should have been. Alas, it seems the guards have grown a little lax in the regards of late. Knight took advantage of this little oversight and had Mr. Saint bring him the chisel, hidden inside his pocket chess set. That does answer one of our questions, and it suggests that the chisel was indeed Mr. Knight's and not Mr. Canis. Pocket chess set data updated in my organizer. However, we still have one rather pressing matter to address. That of the security footage in which Knight is attacked by a dog. How does one explain it if Mr. Canis was not the culprit? But then, how do you explain his prints not being on the murder weapon? This one's a real three-piper. The court, too, finds itself wanting for satisfactory explanation. Wait, sir. I think it might be time to show you another one of my secret weapons. Introducing secret weapon number 4. Little V. Little V. What sort of name is that, detective? I came up with it myself, sir. Anyways, you can use it to analyze the footage. An excellent idea. Perhaps then you might finally see that I am telling the truth. Who knows if there's anything to be found? But it has to be worth the try. Alright. Want me to tell you through how to use it, sir? Seeing as I'm not actually familiar with video analysis techniques, perhaps I should hear him out. This is up to you. This is your choice. If you could run me through its functions, detective, that would be most appropriate. Yes, sir. So basically, you just gotta do what you always do. Examine everything that catches your eye. I can examine things with X. I see. Next up, see those controls at the bottom of the screen? The panel on the left and right lets you rewind or fast forward. And you can use the middle one to pause. Get used to these and you're golden, sir. It seems I can also press R to fast forward or L to rewind the footage. So basically this is set up for the touchscreen for the Switch. But as you know that he said you can use buttons too if you are docked. And I can press A to pause. So they conveniently did both for this one. However, that's not going to work if you don't have a device that doesn't have a touchscreen. So yeah, I'm pretty sure those things are kind of removed off the Xbox and PlayStation version, and I'm pretty sure they're on the Switch and the PC port because if I'm not mistaken, the Steam Deck is a touchscreen. So they would leave that in there for the PC port, and it would be a feature for the Steam Deck. Because I'm pretty sure Capcom's aware of the Steam Deck. When the video is paused, you can go to the previous frame with L or the next frame with R. or just use the same control panels I showed you earlier. Lastly, I'd better explain how to zoom in. Just line up to the old cursor with the area you want to take a closer look. Then use the panel in the bottom right and little wheel, do the rest. It's got those two expanding arrows right on it. Can't miss it, sir. It would appear I can zoom in by pressing Y too. By the way, even when you're zoomed in, you can still examine stuff just like a regular view. Also, you can make use of previous and next frame to get a good look at what's happening. Only thing you can't do when you're zoomed in is play the footage, so that's that. I see, and how do I zoom out? Just use the panel in the lower right. Right again, sir. See how it's going from expanding to collapsing arrows now? That's because you're zoomed in. And that's about sums it up. Now, let's fire a little V up for real. Remember. Okay. Remember, just explain anything that catches your eye and you'll do fine. Footage for Knight's holding cell. Other than the victim being attacked by the dog, I can't see what else it might show us. But suppose we're wrong, what could we be looking for instead? Could the person in the footage be someone other than Knight? If so, could whatever's attacking them be something else too? I should keep both questions in mind while reviewing the footage. You never know what you're going to see once you start looking at things up close. Check every detail, sir. You'll find something, I'm sure. What in the footage seems odd? Okay. And we are going to wait for Di, because I'm sure she wants to see the footage. Welcome back, Di. Alright, you ready for this? Okay, we're going to play the video for you so you can see what it is. Alright, we're going to zoom this in. Zoom out. I want to zoom this in here for a reason, because we can actually see it better here. So we're gonna press it by frames, because you can't play it like this. Okay. Let's see if they're going to give us a better angle here. I'm gonna try that. The figure is reflected in the mirror here too. Is that a hat? Say, doesn't that look like the hat the guards wear, sir? Oh, geez, is that what I think it is? Have there been any reports of one of the animals attacking a guard recently? No, none that I heard of. So this may be a guard, may not be a guard at all, but somebody dressed as one. Perhaps this might shed a little light on the matter. So, what do you think it is? Missing outfit.
Take that!
So, no guards have reported being attacked by an animal as far as we know. But we did hear about a guard's spare uniform being stolen. Could the person in the security footage perhaps be someone disguised as a guard? Someone attempting to escape without being noticed? A guard disguise? I guess it might work. Wait. Weren't we just talking about someone? We were indeed. Someone who seems to have successfully made his escape. If the person in the footage isn't Knight, then the creature may not be a dog either. Right, sir. Let's zoom in and check. What in the footage seems odd? see if we can. Must be seeing things. Okay. Wanted to zoom in. Sir, look! I suspect we may have made a critical error of judgment. So, Di, what does that look like to you? A bear. Right. What bear are you thinking of? The white polar bear, right? So this one is black. What we're looking at here is not a dog. This animal is, and you said a bear. That's not a dog, it's a bear. What? So the paw prints from the photo I took were not canine, but ursine. Tunnel prints data updated in my organizer. A bear? So could that mean? Yes, I think it could. After all, who else do we know with such a pet? We had assumed that it was Knight in the security footage. Well, it was his cell. It's hardly a crazy theory, perhaps, but now that we know about the hole under the bed, it is no longer the only possibility. Whoever had access to the tunnel could very well be the one caught on camera. And who was that, Mr. Edgeworth? Would you care to tell the court who you believe this person to be? This person in the security footage is... Who is it? Rocco Carcerado.
Take that!
I believe I know who our guard in disguise is. It is none other than Rocco Carcerado, the prisoner who recently escaped from this facility. I'm confident it's him because he was assigned a polar bear cub as his companion. But the bear in the video is all black. Indeed, and we have evidence that explains why. The evidence that explains the polar bear's dark fur is... You already know this answer, don't you, Di? No, it's just, those are paw prints. That's not going to prove why the bear is black. That's all of them. The bear being black the dog isn't the reason why the bear is black. I did. Okay, that's it. Not on this page, no. It'll be on this page, actually. No, the door isn't going to be the reason why the polar bear is black. Rope isn't going to be the reason why the polar bear is black. Now you got to think about why this polar bear is black in the first place. All right. So you had this stuff. That should give you the answer. Because remember what these gloves are used for.
Take that!
Recall, if you will, Mr. Frank Saw's testimony. That's the rubber glove I dropped. Would you care to explain why it's so dirty? Oh, of course. That's mud from one of the pet treatments I've been practicing. I was giving one of the animals a mud pack right when the incident happened. I see. Around what time would this have been? Let's see. The show had already started, so around 9 a.m. perhaps. The thing is, the more mud I applied, the more in the zone I got, and the darker the animal's fur became. There's no trance quite like the trance one enters when one slathers an animal with thick, black mud. While the circus performance was underway, he was giving one of the animals a mud pack treatment. And that animal could have been, indeed, our polar bear. Mr. Edgeworth, your latest assertion simply introduces yet another contradiction. The footage from the security camera. I fully understand, Your Honor, and your doubts are entirely justified. Mr. Saw mentioned applied the mud pack while the circus performance was underway, and this does indeed introduce a new contradiction concerning the security footage. It does? Yes, let's put it this way. When would you expect the footage to have been recorded, Kay? If it was taken right after he applied the mud pack treatment, it should have been around 9 a.m. In which case, something isn't right about the footage. Really? And what's that? What new contradiction does the security footage introduce relative to when it was recorded? So, we don't even have to look at the video, because there's something in the video that you should already see.
Take that!
Mr. Saw said he administered the treatment at around 9 a.m. In which case, the security footage should also show time of around 9 a.m. However, the timestamp said 6:42 a.m. On the day of the murder, the prisoners all went out to the yard to watch the circus. All except 3, Mr. Canis, who remained in his cell in maximum security. Mr. Sod, who was administering a mud pack treatment in the workshop. And Rocco Carcerado, who had been waiting the precise moment to put his escape plan into action. I believe he entrusted the bear to Mr. Stott before entering the tunnel. And the bear then slipped out of Mr. Stott's grasp to run after its human. Mr. Stott would have then left the workshop to pursue the bear, at which point he saw Mr. Canis' dog retrieving the murder weapon from Knight's body. It all fits perfectly except for the security footage, which should have been recorded from around 9 a.m. However, the timestamp is off 3 hours. Timestamp is 3 hours off. But why would the timestamp be wrong? Detective, I would like you to have the security camera examined. Right away, please. I'm back, sir. I just talked to the guards and... Seems like the time codes can slip on this cameras if they lose power. What? They're pretty old, sir. Guess the clock stops when the power is off. Which would mean the power was off for approximately 3 hours at some point. Security camera footage that updated in my organizer. Alright, we're almost done. We have one more testimony. That's not all, sir. You remember how Knight denied stealing the keys? No one believed him, considering, well, you know, he seemed kind of like the only suspect. Turns out that wasn't all he said. He also said he was knocked out cold, just like the other guy. Which may not necessarily be a lie. Darlings, there you all are. How goes the investigation? Is there anything I can do to help things along? Actually, there might be something we can do for you, Warden Lagarde. The escapee, Mr. Carcerado. I believe he may still be on the premises. He's disguised as a guard. Here's the proof, should you need it. We reasonably ascertain that the person captured on this tape is our man. And if I am correct, he might even be right here in this very room with us now. Hey, Mr. Carcerado would have been wearing a bracelet, right? Yes, a bracelet that would easily be hidden under the sleeves of his stolen uniform. Furthermore, the doors out of the prison proper doesn't have those sensors that detects the bracelets installed. So he avoided doors with sensors so he could simply wait for an opportunity to finally make his escape. Well, yes, I suppose he could. He'd just have to avoid the workshops and cells and... Oh my. He's one of you, isn't he? He's here right now. Look, it's Teddy. Hey, pause off. Get your mitts off of me, you big palooka. Thank you, Teddy. Very kind of you to confirm our suspicions. Dang it, kid. If it wasn't for you, I'd... What a thing it is to be loved, huh, Mr. Carcerado? I'm almost envious. Guards, apprehend this man. A moment, if you will. I have some questions for our would-be escapee. If we are to learn the truth, I will need to speak with him. With your permission, of course. I can hardly say no now, can I? Well, come on then. Hit me with your best shot. Fire away! Mr. Carcerado's escape route led directly into Knight's cell, so it's highly possible he has something to offer. Tell me what you were doing on the day Mr. Knight's body was discovered. Around the time of discovery. So it was you guys, huh? You're the ones who found my secret getaway tunnel. You know how big it is to dig? You know how long it took me to dig that freaking thing? I had me a guard uniform, a hole dug, and a plan in place. So I went for it on the day you found the guy. But then this little guy just happened to be right after me. The sack of fur was covered in mud too. Had to go back to our cell. I would have gotten away with it if somebody wouldn't off night and brought you bums down here. I would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for you kids. And that dog too. You claim to have dug the tunnel just now. How exactly did you do it? Oh? Used everything I had in my hand on me. Hammers, spoons, you name it. Even spent every dime I had on this cockamamie fixer. And what do I got to show for it now, huh? Yeah. This laugh will burden your mind for sure. Do not be disheartened, friend. Tomorrow's another day. What would you like for your last meal? There's an outside chance Mr. Carcerado and Knight met face to face just before Knight's death. I should see what other details I can extract from him.
Hold it!
The tunnel... Shut up! Who you telling to hold it? The tunnel, you don't know nothing. You don't know what I had to do. How'd you come calling to the fixer monk? I had to grovel and kowtow day after day after day. How you gonna give me back the hours, huh? The days, the months? I can't get a word in edgewise. You should have never snuck your nose into my tunnel, never.
Hold it!
So the tunnel was all over your work? Every inch. You see anybody else in my cell when you was there? That's quite an effort, even for an athlete. Yeah, now that I think of it, that is an insane amount of digging for one guy. Yeah, well, you don't even know the half of it, kid. But it ain't like I had a choice. Trust nobody and don't get caught. Them's the rules on a con's gotta live by. Huh? You know, the rules of being a great thief are pretty similar. Okay? I would rather you didn't start sympathizing with the suspect. I was just joking, Mr. Edgeworth. It ain't no stinking joke to me. You punks owe me.
Hold it!
The uniform. Was that from the fixer too? Uh-huh. Sure was. Heard he had something on one of the guards. Had the guy swipe it from a pal's locker. And were you wearing it when you were crawling through the tunnel? Nope. Would have gotten dirty on it. Had to hold on to it till I got the holding cell. But once I was out of there and all dressed up, opening the cell door, should have been a piece of cake. Here we go. I think freedom beckons. And then the furball here jumps up at me, which would be the moment captured on camera. I see. I'd be grateful if you'd add that to your testimony. Once I was out of that tunnel and all dressed up, opening the cell door, should have been a piece of cake.
Hold it!
Opening the cell door should have been a piece of cake, you say? Sure, anything seems easier after digging yourself through a hole in the ground. And you were familiar with the layout of the detention center, even though you lived in the prison? Oh, why wouldn't I? It ain't like I'd never been there before. If he's familiar with the detention center, then he'd surely be aware that, unlike the doors in the main prison, the holding cell doors are locked with actual keys. And I'm sure Mr. Carcerado would have needed a particular piece of evidence to make his escape.
Hold it!
When was it that you realized that you were being pursued? Right when I gotten out of the tunnel. Right when I thought I was home free. Ugh. You didn't notice anything before that? When you were in the tunnel, perhaps? Nah, he wasn't around. I made show of it. Knew the little guy would have been all over me like a rash if I hadn't been. I was so close, I could smell it. And then there he was, the little bum. Hey, don't you think you're being a little mean to your friend? Poor Teddy. Me nothing. He rambled me last time, and now he's rambled me again. Kid's all over me. What am I supposed to do? Coming after me yesterday was bad enough.
Hold it!
You didn't consider trying to escape with Teddy? What if I coulda, but all that mud would have given us away. Chances to break out of the slammer don't exactly grow on trees, pal. When one comes along, you gotta do it right. Told by the one who loved him most. It's almost tragic. There's an outside chance Mr. Carson and Knight met face to face just before his murder. I should have listened carefully to each of his statements and looked over the evidence we have. Alright, which statement? Which piece of evidence? Remember what he said, okay? Remember what he said. There was something that he needed to get out of the cell. What did he need to get out of the cell?
Objection!
You claim that leaving the holding cell would have been a piece of cake, as you put it. Yeah, you got a problem with that? Because we can make it a problem if you catch my drift. Even once you had reached Knight's cell, you still had another door to contend with. How exactly did you plan on opening it? Mr. Carcerado, I possess that leaving the cell would have been a piece of cake only because you had the key. I don't got no stinking key. I didn't need one. It was a piece of cake because the door was open. I walked right out.
Objection!
Yeah, so suppose Knight's cell was vacant by that point. There would have been no reason to lock it. And it would indeed unlock when I went to examine it for myself. So perhaps when you finally succeeded today, it truly was unlocked because it was after the murder. But you had attempted to escape previously. Yeah, the security footage shows when you tried and failed because Teddy caught you, which was during the circus performance before the body was discovered. The holding cell was still locked at this time because no one knew that Knight had been killed yet. Therefore, you must have had the key to its cell on you. Without it, your escape would not have been possible. Go! Are you saying? Could he really have? I believe he could, yes. The thief of the keys was, in fact, perpetrated by none other than Mr. Carcerado. He is the one who attacked the guard. But not just the guard, Knight too. All to gain possession of the guard's keys. It wasn't me, you lousy bum. I didn't even know this Knight guy. After you stole the keys, you went back to your cell to avoid suspicion. And then you waited for the perfect moment to escape. A moment when the prison would be almost deserted. That's right, the moment of the show, just before the discovery of the body. Unlikely for you, the particular attempt was thwarted by your furry friend. Says who, huh? You got proof, genius? This ain't your win yet. Nuh-uh. Knight knocked the guard out for the count, and everybody knows it. Don't play dumb with me. Knight was as much of a victim as the guard in this case. As a matter of fact, I have proof that Knight had been attacked in his cell. We do. It's a very easy find.
Take that.
We found traces of Knight's blood on the cleanly white floor of his cell. What could possibly explain such a thing other than him having been attacked? And it was you who attacked him. You ambushed both of them and stole the keys. Why I oughta? What's with you, huh? That newspaper wiped that blood up good. Ain't no way you should have found it. Luminol testing will find any blood that can't be seen. Okay, but why did you think you had to wipe it up anyway? If they'd checked Knight and the guard's hands, they would have seen those two never came to blows. But the blood gave up the whole game. Ain't no way they don't figure there was a third man in the ring. Plus, once they started sniffing around on the floor, they'd found the tunnel in a heartbeat. So you wiped up the floor to buy yourself a little more time, so you could wait for a better opportunity. Sadly, the opportunity you sought wasn't good enough, to get you cleared of the prison, it seems. Now, hand over the keys. Right in the user. Yeah. KO'd by a lousy stinking bum. Fine. You want keys? Here. I'll help you choke on them. Mr. Knight's cell key data updated in my organizer.
Overruled.
Wait a moment. If Mr. Carcerado here had the keys, indeed, Your Honor. Your theory relies on Knight having used the keys to allegedly stole to escape his cell. That was the only way he could have been able to enter Mr. Saint's cage and be moved to the workshop. Unfortunately for you, we now know that the theory cannot possibly be true. No! Guess this changes things up a bit, yeah. Now the only person who could have moved Knight's body is the one person who knew about the tunnel. No, you gotta be freaking. Mr. Carcerado, you're under arrest. Come quietly now, pal. But I'm already arrested. I'm in freaking prison proper. Oh, wait, you got the wrong guy. He didn't do nothing. The cliche line. Alright, fine. I knocked those two chumps out, and I stole the keys. But after that, I went right back to my cell and waited for my moment. Next time I went to Knight's cell, there was nobody around. And I mean nobody. Plus, his body was found in the workshop. You think I just magicked my way into there or something? I couldn't even have gotten out of my cell. Indeed, you only had the keys to Knight's cell. You couldn't have left your own cell back in the prison. But Mr. Canis's dog could. What? It was not you, but Helmut who moved the body from your cell to the workshop. I get it now. You're saying he wasn't the only con in this conspiracy. Indeed. One can easily imagine that Mr. Carcerado and Mr. Canis might have worked together. Mr. Carcerado would have killed Knight and dragged him back to his cell. And then Mr. Canis's dog took him from there to the workshop. There are no restrictions on the animal's movements within the prison. Movement between the detention center and the prison proper, however, is tightly controlled. There was only one possible route, and only you could have taken advantage of it, Mr. Carcerado. How can you be so sure, huh? Maybe there's more of them, and you just don't know. Something tells me that digging up a single tunnel was audacious enough. You got that right. You try scrapping more than one hole in the dirt with a spoon? Lucky for me, I didn't have to dig the whole way. Somebody already did a bunch of the work for me. What? You didn't dig the entire hole yourself? Nope. Found it when they put me in the cell. Ran all the way from there to the well in the yard already. Even looked down the well to check it from there. It was the same tunnel, all right. I just made good on what somebody else already started. Then what was the original tunnel for? Who knows? You're the one with all the answers, pal. Maybe somebody else tried to break out. Ooh, or maybe the animals dug it. Like to get water for the well or something? I've heard of more plausible scenarios than that in the B-grade movies, Kay. Well's dry, kid. Ain't no water to be had down there. So, come to think of it, I smell. Yeah. Always smelled kinda nice down there. Nice? Gee, I don't know. Smells sort of like dessert, I guess. A sweet scent? That sounds very familiar. Where did we come across a sweet scent before? This is easy to figure out, Dai. Very easy to figure out. Remember when Missile was around sniffing? And you remember what Gumshoe said? The chocolate, yes, but let's go a step before the chocolate. Because I don't have chocolate as evidence.
Take that!
Detective Gumshoe noticed a sweet smell when we were examining Knight's body. With the help of a police dog, we follow the scent of the body and traces its route back through the prison. And that, Mr. Carcerado, was how we found your tunnel. Could that same sweet scent be what you noticed coming from the well? Very clever, Mr. Edgeworth. You mean to suggest that this is evidence of the body having been moved through the tunnel? I do. Furthermore, Mr. Carcerado, you're the only person who could have done it. Nobody else had access. You have our thanks, Mr. Carcerado. Truly. Finally, the truth comes into view. Now unburden yourself. It is time. Confess your role in this tragic incident. What? You ain't pinning this on me. I am glad to see that we are finally in agreement, Your Honor. Oh, if only we were, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Carcerado may have been an accomplice, but not of Mr. Canis. No, he was working with Mr. Knight.
Hold it!
What do you mean? I do not believe that he moved Mr. Knight's body. Instead, I believe that he lent Mr. Knight the use of the keys he stole. You gotta be kidding me! Granted, it seems likely that he attacked Mr. Knight, but that doesn't necessarily mean that Mr. Knight was knocked unconscious as a result. And what if he wasn't? What if he and Mr. Carcerado had reached a certain agreement? What kind of agreement exactly? Mr. Knight was plotting an escape for which he required a means of leaving his cell. And here was the precise moment, in the form of the keys Mr. Carcerado had just stolen from the guard. Mr. Carcerado himself would need to pass through Mr. Knight's cell in order to effect his own escape. Mr. Knight needed only to shout and alert the guards, and Mr. Carcerado's plan would be ruined. And so, the two struck a deal. Lady, the only striking I do is with my fist. My, still you deny it? So, we're agreeing that we're still disagreeing? The problem is, you would think Carcerado would agree to, Gavel, since Gavel is trying to give him a good name. And, he literally is denying it. Mr. Knight had Mr. Carcerado unlock his cell so that when Mr. Saint arrived, he would escape into the cage. Mr. Saint was then able to move him into the prison proper, just as planned. Aha! And then he took Mr. Knight into the workshop and did the dirty deed.
Objection!
Were neither of you listening? The scent on scent on Knight's body proved that it was taken through the tunnel. It was moved from the cell to the... Perhaps, if you would let me finish, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm not denying that Mr. Knight's body was moved to the tunnel. Then, what are you driving at? Is this a trick question? As you say, Mr. Edgeworth, the sweet scent shows the route the body took. However, it did not enter the tunnel from Mr. Knight's cell. Huh? Then how did it get there? There's another possibility. One you seem to have overlooked. the well in the yard. Could a body not have been entered the tunnel from there? The well in the yard? Oh yeah, that thing! Mr. Saint did not take the cage to the workshop, took it outside. There, he killed Mr. Knight and threw his body down the well. Mr. Canis's dog then dragged Mr. Knight's body here to his owner's cell from the bottom of the well. On that note, I would ask you to recall something. What was happening in the yard at the approximate time of the body's discovery? The circus show, right? Regina and Simeon were performing for everyone. Wait, Simeon? Ah! Ah, indeed. And so you see how it must also have been him who disposed of the body. Deville is a truly formidable opponent. She so effortlessly had adjusted her theory to fit the facts. I propose that Mr. Knight was taken to the yard, not the workshop. And as we have established, Mr. Saint was off stage for 15 minutes. Ample time to throw the body down the well. I am sure you will agree.
Objection!
Your deduction is impressive, Your Honor. However, even suppose that Knight's body was indeed thrown down the well, you cannot conclusively say that it was during the show. It could have happened at a different time. My sympathies, Mr. Edgeworth, but it simply could not have. What? Mr. Carcerado was using the tunnel at around the time the show began. Mr. Carcerado, did you happen to trip over a corpse while you were down there? No. Place was clean. If the body had been at the bottom of the well before the show began, Mr. Carcerado would have seen it. However, he saw no such thing. Which makes it somewhat difficult to support your theory. Furthermore, Mr. Knight's body was discovered in the workshop after the show. In summary, the body must have been thrown down the well and moved to the workshop. At some point during the show, tell me, who else could have done that but Mr. Saint? Ugh! Oh, well, what did we do, Mr. Edgeworth? If the body did indeed enter the tunnel from the well, things don't look good for Mr. Saint. Still, Your Honor, your theory is still just that, a theory. And I possess that you lack the evidence to back it up. I concede that. For the moment, I do not. May I suggest that we investigate the yard again? Very well. May the goddess of justice go with you. Now then, to the yard. Perhaps we can finally put this case to rest. What's that sound? Yikes! Is there a fire? Did somebody else escape? Should we maybe skip town too? Darlings, please. There's no need to be alarmed about. By which I mean that's not an alarm. It's the dinner bell. Although I suppose it is rather alarming if you aren't used to it. It certainly scared the heck out of me. I'm so sorry, Sweet Pea. I hope you can forgive us. Alright, you two, back to your post. Chop chop. And as for you, Rocco Carcerado, it's time you went back to your room. Fine, I get the picture. Come, Teddy, we're out of here. We're in Lagarde. We'd like to take one more look around the yard now. Oh, darlings, don't you have homes of your own to go to? Visiting hours are over, I'm afraid. Tomorrow, No. It's imperative that we investigate it right away. I think we've had quite enough excitement for one day, don't you? Murders, escapees, so eventful. It's time our guest went home to Betty Buys, isn't it? Yes. Yes, it is. Ugh. Come on now, darling. Don't make me bore you with all that. I am the warden. This is an order. Nonsense. Warden Lagarde is right. Her word is law here, and we must respect her wishes. Mr. Edgeworth, your investigation of the yard will have to wait until tomorrow. You may keep your badge for now. The matter of your standing can wait. I bid you all good day. What are you waiting for, kittens? Off you go. Fine. At least there is a tomorrow for me. Judge Gravel believes that Knight's body was dropped down the well and then taken through Mr. Carcerado's cell to the workshop. But if that's truly the case, do the facts really support her theory? She also seems to believe Mr. Saint had to be the one to move the body. But was he really the only one with the opportunity to do so? Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, tomorrow's another day. We'll figure out a way to save Simeon. I know we will. Yes, we will. I will prove that Mr. Saint is innocent, beyond a shadow of a doubt. Okay. Whoops. Yes. Okay, so we've come to the end of part 3. Part 4 will be next week. And that will take us to the end of this case entirely. Questions, concerns, criticisms? The next one is going to be about the same length. There are going to be long ones, and we're going to experience some long ones in the next one. They also get shorter later in the end. So yeah, prepare for some longer ones in the next collection, where we do Apollo Justice, we do Dual Destinies, and Spirit of Justice. There are some long ones. Okay, so next week we're going to finish off episode 2. The following week we'll start off episode 3. Next week is the week of Thanksgiving, so that means maybe I will get a stream on Wednesday. I have to figure things out. I will update you guys in a bit. on how that's going to go. So, and Thursdays and Fridays, well, Thursday in particular, it depends on when I'll be home, whether there's going to be a stream or not. We'll figure that out next week, because I got family to go to on Thanksgiving Day. And Friday, I'm hoping to be back in streaming. Again, that's next week. That will also be when we play different games. So we'll figure out what to do on those days. After this week, The Sims 2 and The Sims 3 will be on a mid-season break. Which means we won't be able to get that started back up until about February. Because I plan on doing, in January, the training camp for the PFL. And we should be starting the PFL and the Wacky World Football League again in February. Let's hope it doesn't crash. Let's hope it doesn't crash. The training camp. Because last season, we couldn't get the training camp finished. And, of course, last season, we couldn't even get the preseason finished. Because I lost all the data. Alright. Let's figure out who we are going to be rating. I guess we are going to be Red Gaming, R3D Gaming. He's actually playing a Toho game, so I think you like that, Ty. You probably would want to see that game. So, with that, this is going to be the end for me for tonight. You guys have yourself a wonderful day. I won't. What game? Let me see. It's called Toho Spell Carnival Story. I'm guessing it's something new because it says preview. So, something you might like. So you wanna check that out? See if it's something you'll be interested in? Alright, that'll be it for me for tonight, guys. You guys all have a wonderful day. I'll see you guys on Wednesday. Andy's going to be doing Virtue's Last Reward. No, it's not Virtue's Last Reward. We finished that. It's going to be Zero Time Dilemma tomorrow. So you guys all have a good night.